You want one? Where's yours?
Escape from it all with Island Finance. Vacations on. Beach houses on. Brand new adventures.
What you need?
What's that?
You need that?
No, I'm good.
You're good?
Yeah, I'm good with this.
Show off. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We good. He coming out quarter past.
Julian, remind me, please.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So,
Okay? Earl is there?
Remind me, Earl, what is Earl?
Earl Huntley, former St. Lucia. Big time.
And to all members of the Caribbean community, welcome. Okay. So you're doing?
Oh, good. Fantastic. Earl, how are you doing?
Hi, Julian.
Huh? You guys need to raise the level on the floor. Earl, let me hear you again.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Lower the volume in my head, by the way.
You're waking me up very
Melissa?
early.
Oh, am I IFB? Sorry. The blue button? Keep speaking, Melissa. I had tea. Sorry, I had coffee. That's good. That's fantastic. Earl, very good morning to you, and good to see you, my brother.
Good to see you too. I would say for a decade.
Yeah, I know. Let's go. There's something sticking out there. Right, okay. And a very, very good morning to you wherever you are in the Caribbean community. I'm Julian Rogers in the historic city of Port of Spain, as we invite you to join us for a celebration of Caricom Day. And it's been 50 years since the signing of the Treaty of Chaguaramas here in Trinidad and Tobago at Chaguaramas. And that's one of the places we'll go today for a special ceremony involving the leaders who are present for this 50th anniversary. There'll be a flag-raising ceremony, they'll plant a tree, and they'll also deposit a time capsule, which somebody, somewhere down another 50 years, will open up and discover that Julian Rogers and none other than our Dean Sergio were broadcasting on this day 50 years hence. So, good morning, Artie.
Good morning, Julian, and happy Caricom Day to you.
Thank you very much.
And of course, all of the viewers joining us from across the region and I'm sure beyond this morning.
And let's extend a special welcome to viewers on CNC3.
Oh, yes, welcome. Welcome to our viewers here at home in Trinidad and Tobago.
And we also want to extend a welcome to those who are joining us on the network of television and radio stations that are part of the Caribbean Media Corporation, and those who are joining us on the stream of CaribbeanBridges.com. So we got a lot of company.
Oh, we do. And you know, it's a double honor this morning, Julian, to be sitting alongside you for the first time.
I wish you wouldn't say that.
The veteran that you are, the Caribbean man that you are, it makes so much sense that you're the one spearheading this. And also to be performing these duties on Caricom Day on its 50th anniversary. It means a lot to me.
Well, I'll return the favor by saying you're the generation to carry it on.
I look forward to that. Maybe 50 years hence.
50 years
We'll
hence.
be around, well, I'll be around to open that time capsule or to
There you
the
go.
opening.
There you go. There you go. All right, so let's remind you of the things that will happen today. I referred already, of course, to the tributes to CARICOM from heads of state and also from heads of institutions. And that's an activity that will take place between 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock today at the Hyatt Regency, which has been the center of the activity of yesterday. And then in the evening, everybody's attention will be turned to NAPA, the National Academy for Performing Arts, is what it's called. It's just around the Queen's Park, Savannah. And there is where there will be a very, very special show. Ardeen, have you got a sneak preview?
No.
Not yet.
Not
Keeping it close to the chest.
You know, this is what it means to be a Caribbean person. You know, this is what we do. We show up and we get it done. And I trust it will be done very well. We'll be here, our team of broadcasters, along with Natalie Legore and Joanne Tull. We'll be taking them through the proceedings later.
Well, I understand from a little birdie that Shaggy could be appearing.
Could be. Don't tease people now unnecessarily, Julia.
Well,
You have to be able to back.
right? So that's 5 from my friends in Jamaica. And that program will start at 7 o'clock, Port of Spain time again,
Yes.
and run, I would think, somewhere about 10 o'clock, because I understand that there are additional acts been added to the program since the original
Unsurprisingly.
configuration. Right?
Yes, of
So I'm going to leave that one alone. I'm going to leave that one alone. You're a good Caribbean citizen. Tell me about your experiences. You went to UE, didn't you?
I did go to UE, and in fact, I would say those were my formative years as a Caribbean person, or identifying in that way. I think that has been the foremost value of my time at UE, apart from the education I got there. I think the experience of Caribbean people, of learning about each other beyond the theory, because I studied history. So it was wonderful to be in a space where we understood, well, because Jamaica has always been fairly isolated in the region where they sit out in the cold somewhat, we understand.
From the Eastern Caribbean.
Yes, exactly. From the Eastern Caribbean, exactly. From the rest of the archipelago. You know, there is a sense of Jamaicans as sort of going it alone, and there's proof in that through the story of federation and all of that. But what we got to understand, what I got to understand, is that it's a very different perspective when you come from where Jamaica is in the Caribbean, when it's situated very differently from where we are, for instance, between South America and the rest of the region. And I think just having the value of the different experiences, the different backgrounds, especially the challenges, the other challenges people experience across the region, but also there's so many things that unite us, Julian, the things that we have in common. And one of the things I particularly enjoyed is connecting with Dominican St. Lucians on the front of patois, because I grew up in a village in Trinidad and in Paramin, where patois was still very heavily spoken among the older generation, particularly my grandfather. And so now having the opportunity to meet other people, and you realize the potential for this language to unite the region. Of course, we haven't really taken it in that direction, but there's so many interesting things that emerge in the course of spending time, but being intentional about it. Because being in Trinidad and studying in Trinidad, it's very easy to just go to school, go home as a regular commuter. But you have to be intentional about having that Caribbean experience and exposure.
And that, I have to tell you that listening to you remind me of many of the things that happened to me as a result of studying in Jamaica as well. I was at Mona back in the 70s. We described the first set of people who went to Caricom as the guinea pigs back in '74. And I always remember the transformation for me. Not that I was not a Caribbean man in the period leading up to going to university then, but I think that you say you studied history.
Yeah, and French. Yes.
And French. I studied history in school and got, as the old people say, I got a certificate at the GCE level, etc. But it was British history. So I go to Jamaica, and in the program, we got blessed. I say it now, because we literally sat at the feet of Professor Rex Nettleford and Roy Auger, the St. Lucian history teacher. And I say sit at the feet of Rex Nettleford because our classes were held in his office in the trade union center on campus. And the room was not big enough to hold us 30 people. So yes, some of us had to sit on the floor. But we didn't mind because Rex Nettleford gave us a learning, as these people say these days, about why we are so connected. Right? When he started to talk about the conditions of the Caribbean in the 1930s and what led to the emergence of trade unionism, etc., of course, what generated the riots in several Caribbean territories, we all began to understand why we are really Caribbean. And not just the English-speaking Caribbean, by the way.
Absolutely.
Right? So all the language groups have a story that is so very similar, and the linkages should be as much stronger than they are in real terms. So that, for me, was the point of really understanding and appreciating the Caribbean as a whole, as opposed to my experiences before going to university, where I'd lived for a long time in Montserrat and eventually in Antigua and Barbuda. But I'd gone, of course, to work around the entire region. So, and it is a point that Dr. Keith Rowley made to me when I interviewed him a couple of days ago. And people are going to get to see that interview today. We're going to play a portion of it during our broadcast this morning, and then we're going to give you the entirety later on at 1 o'clock, if all the times run right. And we'll also share with you an interview I did with P.J. Patterson, the Honorable P.J. Patterson, who of course was present when the treaty was signed. He was then a trade and industry minister for Jamaica, and he accompanied Prime Minister Michael Manley, who joined, of course, with Errol Barrow, the Right Honorable Errol Barrow, National Hero of Barbados, Forbes Burnham, President of Guyana, and Dr. Eric Williams, of course, from Columbus to...
From Castro to Columbus.
From Castro to Columbus, right? So we'll have that
and
as well.
Mr. Patterson is one of the few people who are around now who was around then. And that is invaluable, that perspective, Julian. I'm really looking forward to that. And it's interesting hearing about, being here today, first of all, where we're going to have the tree planting ceremony at the historic site in Chaguaramas, but also sort of reflecting almost for the first time on what it must have been like 50 years ago,
and I have to tell you,
undertaken this assignment. Symbolically, the 4 independent countries at that time, you just named them, undertook the assignment to establish the Caribbean community. And at the time, there was an emphasis on the common market. Yeah, so I don't know that we've made a point sufficiently over the years, Julian, of highlighting and of underscoring the value of that vision back then.
And I have to tell you that P.J. Patterson, in my conversation with him, makes the point because he will describe the times, the environment. Remember, there was oil crisis, there was inflation problems, growth of economies, etc., stymied and so on.
Of course, there was black power.
And there was black power here in Trinidad, etc. So these are the conditions in which all of these things emerged. So we'll have a very interesting time. So I really look forward to that. All right. We have a number of people we want to talk to as we do this roundup today. Byron Blake. We have Byron Blake, who served for 30 years at the CARICOM Secretariat and retired as an Assistant Secretary General. We've also got Carolyn Popovich, who is in Martinique, as we connect with the French territories and share messages from the regional councils of both Guadeloupe and Martinique as well. We have on tap the Director General of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, Dr. Demetrius Jules. Also, you'll hear a message coming from the President of the Caribbean Development Bank, who is right here in Port-au-Spain for these meetings, Hygienist Leon, and much more. But right now, we're going to go to St. Lucia and say good morning to Earl Huntley, the former ambassador of St. Lucia. I like to tell everybody, or remind him actually, that he's a journalist first. So good morning, Earl. How are you doing? He is a journalist first of all. Earl, you need to do what everybody does when they make these kinds of connections. Turn on that microphone.
Yes, it's on now. Good morning. Good morning, Julian. Thanks for reminding me that I'm a journalist first.
I do it every time, Earl, because everybody says, you're the managing director. I said, no, hold on a minute. I'm a journalist first, so let's take that. Let me introduce you to Ardeen Earl.
Good morning, Earl. Happy Caricom Day to you.
Yes, same to you. Thank you.
Okay. So, Earl, I think you, more than most people, you had an opportunity to be part of this Caribbean community, to see it up close, as a journalist first of all, and then of course to become a diplomat on behalf of the government of St. Lucia. I know you were out of the OAS, you've been in the UN, etc. So let's talk about your experience in this CARICOM environment, where the deepening of the integration movement was really is at the heart of our future development.
It's an interesting fact that also interesting that you said that as a journalist first, because my first involvement with CARICOM or encounter with CARICOM was here in St. Lucia in 1974, when what was then called the LT joined CARICOM. And that sticks in my mind because there was, at the time, the crisis over Anguilla. I remember Anguilla wanted to break away from St. Kitts and this the British had come in. And when it came, the ceremony to sign the agreement took place in the House of Assembly. And when it came time for the Kitts to Bradshaw, he said he was not going to sign the agreement because it did not include Anguilla. They had some Kitts and so there was a break and a little crisis, and then it was signed eventually. And I remember interviewing the man after that about CARICOM. But I then became involved in CARICOM. I joined the foreign ministry at the time in 1979. And it has been a quite a journey. The events that stick out in my mind are in fact the crisis. I remember the first one was over the the University of Western, and a meeting in Port Spain in Trinidad where Maurice Bishop spoke on behalf of the LC. Then there was the meeting in Puerto Rico in Jamaica in 1983. After the Grenada Revolution, Jamaica started want to accept Grenada as an element of Caricom. The end of the supplies led by Prime Minister Earth. Grenada was accepted. Then later on, that same year, when the revolution exploded, a meeting in Trinidad again as to what to do. I remember that this meeting started afternoon and until about 6 o'clock in the morning, but all day, all night, arguing. Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we're hearing you, but for some reason or other, the audio is not as beautiful as we would like it to be on Caricom Day. We're going to try it. We're going to try to reconnect with you and see if we can improve that. Certainly. We determined to have you on there. All right. So we'll get back to Earl, and Earl, of course, has tremendous experience in terms of. I make the point about being a journalist, but I think that taking his work experience into the diplomatic field, I think was very useful for St. Lucia in the first instance, but obviously for the organization of Eastern Caribbean states as well, because that kind of value is invaluable.
Yes, absolutely.
Let me just say that. All right.
You know, Julian, I'm thinking Earl mentioned the Grenada Revolution and what happened there, and it just reminds me as well that throughout this region, there are also difficult periods that we've had to overcome, and we've had to support each other, and we've had to figure out how to straddle allegiances, etc., especially when you're talking about politics. You know, and I think we've seen time and again, certainly some of our leaders demonstrate that. You know, I can think very easily of Dr. Williams and others in the region who pledged their support for Castro, for instance, and who did not alienate Cuba when the United States of America chose to and wanted everyone to come along with them. I can think of course, you know, Guyana with Walter Rodney. You think of Maurice Bishop in Grenada. Very difficult times, I think, for the region. And I think even some of what was happening around Black Power movement, the Black Power movement, you know, you think of the banning of books.
Yes.
You know, something
and
that's
banning of people.
And people,
Yes.
you know, that freedom of movement. You know, because it was perceived as a threat to burgeoning democracies, fledgling democracies. And those are really difficult things to overcome. And again, historically, we operate almost like we're ahistorical. You know, that we haven't traversed some very patchy waters in our region's very short history. Well, short independent history.
Yeah. But we'll have a really opportunity to look a lot at that. I think, though, that I'm so happy that we're going to be able to make a connection to the French territories. They've been very anxious to be part of the Caribbean community. We have two messages, in fact, coming from the presidents of the regional councils of Martinique and also Guadeloupe. And I would like to share those with our audiences before we hear from Caroline Popovich, who is in Martinique itself, and who's original. Well, let me save my introduction of Caroline for after the messages. So let's first hear from Guadeloupe. There's a message that was prepared. All right. We'll have Guadeloupe. And we will also have Martinique. I have to tell you from my experience, Ardine, that the perception that we should not have contact with the French territories because we don't speak French is a fallacy.
Absolutely. Does that still exist?
So help me God. Right. And my own experience in moving around the region, I'm fortunate to have had the opportunity to literally work in Guadeloupe and Martinique. I know it may surprise some people, but the fact is that Everybody there has a second language, which is what we should have consistently.
Alors, vous parlez français?
Yeah, so un petit peu, because I don't need any more. Right? Because I've done lectures with students in Guadeloupe, for instance. I've done radio programs and television programs in Guadeloupe. I didn't have to speak a word of French because everybody is a good English speaker. And the problem is that we have not consistently embraced. I mean, you go around Port of Spain, you see that there's street signs in Spanish, and so on.
Yes.
But we're not serious.
No, it's not meaningful. I mean, Julian, I elected while I was studying French at UE, rather than go to France to do my year of teaching English assignment, I elected to go to Martinique. And precisely for that reason, because I felt, why am I going to France when there's a whole French Caribbean here? I can go to Guadeloupe, Martinique, French Guiana. Why not stay here?
Unless I tell you to go to France, which is a different matter altogether, right?
Yeah, altogether. So I was delighted to have had that experience.
Yeah.
It shaped my understanding of colonialism so much, you know, and there's so much we take for granted in the English-speaking Caribbean as well. And it helped me understand the dynamic of some of the sort of cultural, socio-cultural, and also racial challenges that we still have in the region. You know, and when there's colonialism or neo-colonialism on top of that, that's a whole other layer that we're dealing with. And we don't really have an understanding, I think, of what that is like for people in the French Caribbean.
We can have another show about that.
Oh, for sure.
All right. We're going to take a quick break here, and just let me remind you that this is Caricom Day. Happy Caricom Day to you wherever you are. I'm Julian Rogers along with Ardeen Serju, and we're in the studio here just shooting the breeze, enjoying Caricom Day, but we have a lot to share with you as we make connections across this region on this Caricom Day. Happy Caricom Day wherever you are.
For over a century, our group has thrived on the diversity and strength of our collective community. We owe a debt of gratitude to the Caribbean people who have been at the heart of our journey. Caricom's accomplishments over the past 50 years serve as a testament to the power of collaboration. Together, we have made strides in areas such as regional security, economic integration, and the promotion of cultural heritage. As we celebrate this milestone, let us also acknowledge the challenges we have faced and the work that lies ahead. It is through unity and a shared vision that we will continue to chart our future. The Massey Group, committed to being a force for good, understands that success is not defined by financial achievements only, but by the positive impact that we have on our people and society as well. We are proud to be a part of a region that nurtures talent, fosters innovation, and supports sustainable development. As we stand at the threshold of the next 50 years of Caricom, we embrace a future filled with hope and determination. While we have made great progress as a region, we have more work to do. A fully implemented common single market and economy is one of the most fundamental commitments of Caricom, but it is not yet complete. We at Massey are committed to help to achieve this goal. Along with our fellow members of the Caricom Private Sector Organization, we will continue to work with Caricom organizations in pursuit of further regional collaboration and integration. Together, we can make a difference and shape the future we envision for our Caribbean. We welcome the opportunity to collaborate further, not only within the region, but on a global scale. The challenges we face from climate change and social inequity require collective action and unwavering commitment. The Massey Group, alongside our staff, customers, and investors, is excited to contribute to shaping a better world. On behalf of the Massey Group, I salute Caricom on its 50th anniversary. Let us remember our past, acknowledge our achievements, and chart a future that is brighter, stronger, and more united than ever before. There's no Massey without the Caribbean, and there's no Caribbean without Caricom. May our collective journey continue to inspire generations to come. Thank you.
Just say that I'm happy that Mr. Warner has had his say already this morning, because it gives me a chance to make what I think is an important point here regarding the performance of Caribbean enterprises. Here are 60 companies within this region, and he says, you know, a company with a global outreach and a Caribbean heart. It is one of the best examples of what I'm sure the leaders expected to happen when we talk about the free movement of goods and services and people, and not in that order.
Absolutely. And you know, that has been, I think, the sticking point for many people, the people part.
Yeah.
And I know for certain Caribbean nations, it's also been a question of Trinidad's privilege, Trinidad and Tobago's privilege in terms of the movement of goods and subsidies, etc. And that continues to be a conversation. But you're absolutely right, Julian. I think it is testament to the fact that we have experienced expansion and growth in various areas. I mean, you look at Massey as a firm that is involved in so many areas, quite like the Ansa McCalls, and then Sagicor.
You could go down the list.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then we have tech. You know, look at how tech is taking off in Jamaica, for instance. And so I think there are definitely those pockets of expansion taking place. Where to the degree to which that is felt, so, let's say on the ground, all around, and how evenly distributed it is across the region is another question.
Or understood and appreciated.
Exactly.
Which I think is part of the communication, which we can talk about a little later on. But let's go to Guadeloupe and get a message to the Caribbean community.
Cette année, au nom du Conseil à région qui bénit la Caricom.
All right, we definitely have a playback issue there, which we have to resolve, which is a pity, but we'll make the adjustment. But let's go back to Earl Huntley, because I think we sorted out the quality of his connection, and we'll continue to talk with him. Earl, welcome back. All right. Yes. So the devil is not in the details, but the devil is in the technology.
Well, I think people are very forgiving of these things. I mean,
we went through COVID.
Yeah, we did. We learned a lot.
Yes.
Here we are today.
Yeah.
But there are always these challenges.
Yeah, because everything is now connected, so connected that in a lot of ways, a lot of things happen. A lot of things work. So I'm forgiving. I'm forgiving in our situation here. Let me just remind the people of the kinds of things that are happening. At the top of the hour, we expect that we'll go to the flag raising ceremony at Chaguaramas, and there they will also do a tree planting and put down a time capsule, which you have said that you will open up in 50 years' time, right? So that's your assignment. We will also share two things. One, an interview I did with P.J. Patterson, who was there for the signing of the treaty back in '73 in Chaguaramas, and also my conversation with Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley. I think he was in good form, but I may be biased in terms of I think we were both in good form.
Well, when is he not, though? I
Yes.
think when it comes to speaking, I mean, the Prime Minister is very much a regionalist.
Yeah.
And I think our countries benefit from leadership like that. And whenever he has the opportunity, I think, to speak on certain types of issues related to the value of the integration movement and that process and the benefits that we've all derived, I think he's usually in stellar form. So I'm not surprised, and I look forward to hearing what he has to say.
Because he has two personalities, right?
Maybe more than two. Let's say multiple. Let's say multiple.
And then at 11 o'clock, what we're trying to do here is give you a taste of both personalities, and then at 11 o'clock, these tributes to Caricom. But let's go to Earl. Earl Huntley is in St. Lucia, a former diplomat, and he served his country and the Caribbean in the OECS states, of course, in that function, over and away, as we say in Barbados, and he rejoins us here. Hello again, Earl.
Yeah, hi. Hello again. Can you hear me better now?
Oh, that's a lot better. So much better. All right. Ardeen, you referred to a comment that Earl made earlier. I think that's where you need to pick him up.
Yeah, so you mentioned the Grenada Revolution, and I missed some of what you were saying because of the quality of the connection. But I just thought it would be useful to highlight the kind of leadership displayed at the time by the rest of the region in light of some of those challenges we've experienced.
Yeah, I was saying that one of the crises I remember was the collapse of the Grenada Revolution. And we went to Trinidad to decide what to do. By then, the OECS had met in Barbados. OECS, Virginia Charles, John Compton, Lester Bird representing Antigua, Kennedy Simmons from St. Kitts, from Adams, Barbados, and Diaga in Jamaica. And they had already taken a decision that they needed to intervene. And so we went to Trinidad for the Spain, and we met almost all day and all night trying to decide what to do, because Grenada and Guyana was very much opposed to any kind of intervention. Trinidad was sitting on the fence. And in the end, they didn't come to a conclusion. And the OECS countries and Jamaica and Barbados decided that they would ask the U.S. To assist them to go into Grenada. And of course, you know, the rest is history, as they say. But you talk about the leadership, yes, they very strong leaders at the time, very strong leaders, and they were able to take the movement from Chaguaramas to where it is today. Yes, they have been setbacks, but there's a lot of things, there are a number of things now that still need to be resolved. But I think that the quality of the leadership that has been displayed since then is miles better, degrees better than what the kind of leadership that you had during the Federation. And the Federation broke up, lasted 4 years, and broke up partly because of leadership problems between the leaders. But the leaders since then in CARICOM have been able to overcome those differences, their own personal differences, and have been able to take the movement forward where we are today. And they have overcome some of those crises, and the region has become better because of their ability to solve some of those crises that they are facing.
And Earl, I want to say that I think that is also not something that we talk about very much. The fact that we are here 50 years on, given the history of Federation, given the collapse of that, I don't know that people expected this to last this long. I think we've defied expectations, possibly global expectations, when we think of what this Caribbean community is. And yes, I know as ordinary people going about our lives, we don't have a sense of CARICOM and its place in our lives.
Not enough.
Not enough, we certainly don't. But it does not, I think, undervalue, undermine the fact that we are here as a Caribbean community.
I keep saying to people, particularly in the interviews I've conducted recently, I point to particular institutions within CARICOM, and I say, these are the institutions that are working for you. They're not labeled CARICOM, they're labeled CARFA, they're labeled SEDIMA, etc. And we need to spend a little more time really identifying those institutions that are working in the people's interest, that they can see and feel and know and understand, right? Earl, so happy to have you join us this morning, Earl. It's interesting that there's not a celebration of a CARICOM Day in St. Lucia. I know that sometimes it is done and not all the time. But I'd like to hear you on that if you put your microphone back on.
Yeah, it's on. We don't have a holiday. Supposedly that we don't have too many holidays. But there is a service, a clinical service this morning at 9 or 9:30. And then there's what's called a Caricom walk through the city, look at through the capital street. So that, yes, it is being observed in a different way. Of course, I wish we had a holiday, but be that as it is. But there will be some attention given to Caricom Day celebration.
All right. Well, Earl, thank you very much.
Yes. Just let me add one more thing, Julian, about Caricom. I served in Haiti for 5 years as the director of the Caricom Representation Office in Haiti. And Caricom's role or Caricom's work in trying to bring Haiti into the community, it is something that is not being sung about enough. And right now, as you know, Caricom is again taking the initiative to try to find a resolution to the humanitarian, political, and security crisis in Haiti.
Earl, thank you very much for joining us today, and we're really very happy that we fixed the connection to you, and we could actually hear what you were saying well. I'll remind you, Earl, that the Caricom celebration is a whole year.
Yes.
So we're going to come back.
We'll
We'll certainly come back to you.
You know, Julian, do you think it's important, I think as two media people, for us to talk about the role of the media? You know, several times you've talked about the importance of marketing, and that's been one of, let's say, the failings of Caricom, really, the inability so far to really market its work. Where does the media, the regional media, fit into that?
I think, years ago, I'm trying to remember the particular period where the United Nations had come out with something called Development Support Communications. And it was at the height of the discussion about the New World Order. And it was expected that the media would get involved in so-called pushing the development agenda, but we found it rather offensive. I think that the political environment and so on at the time was really not conducive to encouraging the media to get involved from that point of view. We're in the business of reporting the news. But I think that when you ask me that, I think we need to come to terms with our own reality that, yes, we have to report the news, but I think we have a responsibility in terms of deepening people's understanding of the environment, and that's where we come in. And this is the heart of what I said I would do once I retired, right?
I think the responsibility definitely goes beyond. It's a passes news, and it's really about telling stories. And I think when you see people's responses to storytelling that focuses on centering human beings, human lives throughout the region, I think that's where we form those connections. Because it's not enough, I think, to just to tell the news without the context. And the people are the context. And I think that's where we need to go.
And that's at the heart of the education that the people in the Media Institute of the Caribbean, led by Kiran Miraj, are doing right now in terms of deepening the journalist understanding of the issues, institutions, and people, but most importantly to understand that they have to tell the people's stories.
Yes.
And the people's stories are not just about crime and violence and abuse and whatever else.
And the politics of the day.
And the politics of the day. It is really about really sharing. You talk about coming out of Parliament, for instance, right? So there's a farming community, as I remember. So they have a story to tell.
Of course.
They have a history story, and they have a modern story. So if we took the time to go and tell their story, if they have a crisis or a challenge within their community, it comes to the attention, it moves beyond their own community into the wider community, it becomes a national thing. The Ministry of Agriculture says, hey, we got to go and do something about this, as the case may be, or the Development Bank, and so on. So there's a lot of work for us to do as media people. But I promise you that we connect to Martinique, and we're going to do so now by joining another one of my friends, Carolyn Popovich, She is in the capital, and she works for France TV, or as they say, Martinique Première. Bonjour, Caroline. There she is. How are you doing, Caroline? I need to hear her.
Oh, we can't hear you.
I need to hear her on the floor. Thank you very much. All right. Caroline, it is not you, it is us.
Well, we got to see you very briefly.
We're seeing you, but we just need to hear you here in our ears or on the floor, as the case may be. But Caroline is from St. Lucia, actually. And she's lived in Martinique for, I suspect, a couple of decades now.
Oh, okay.
And she has spent a lot of time covering Caribbean developments. You know, so she's going around with a film crew, and really she understands this Caribbean region well.
Yeah.
And the nexus, so to speak, between the English and the French.
Of course, and being St. Lucian, she is perfectly poised, I think, to do that. Oh, there she is.
There she is.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear now, Caroline. I've been talking your name behind your back.
Talking about me, and I'm not able to talk back. Okay. Hello, nice to see you.
Happy Caricom Day.
Thank you very much. It's not a holiday here because, as you know, Martinique is not a member of Caricom, but I've written quite a few stories for our website about the event anyway.
Yeah. And I was saying to Ardeen, who was my co-anchor this morning, Ardeen Sergio, you haven't met her, but I'm sure when you come to Port of Spain, you'll remedy that.
Lovely to
New
meet you,
generation.
Caroline, virtually.
Nice to meet you too. A new generation of journalists. Nice to see. Nice to see.
Caroline, talk about the interest of the French territories in relationships with the English-speaking Caribbean.
I didn't hear because my connection was cut off when you broadcast the addresses of Ari Challis and Serge Letchini. So I didn't hear what they said. I wanted to kind of make a commentary on what they said. I don't know if you can tell me.
Yeah, we had a technical problem when we played back the Guadeloupe greeting. We haven't played Leshmi yet from Martinique, but I think you're on good ground because really what they did. Was in the message really was reinforcing their interest, continued interest in relationships with Caricom, and you know the subtle hint, we'd like to join the community.
Oh, absolutely, because they've both been able to join OECS as associate members. They can't become full members of OECS because it's a monetary union, and it's euros, it's complicated the way the structure of the OECS is, but they have been able to become associate members, and they have always harbored this interest of becoming fully incorporated within the Caricom region. So the logical next step is to join Caricom. They're already members of the association AOC, Association des États de Caribbean states. They're members of all sorts of other regional bodies, but they want to get into Caricom. And this has been the case for a number of years, but they have not been able to join even on an associate membership basis. A few years ago, when they had made another, tentative to sort of reach out and ask for associate membership, they were told that if they let Martinique and Guadeloupe in, it's letting France in by the back door. And I think that this has colonial type. This resonates on the among former colonies. That this is something, an organization for independent nations. However, I see that Montserrat is a member of Caricom, and they are a British overseas territory and still very much linked to one of the greatest colonizers of the region, Great Britain. So I don't quite know why that comment was made.
But the reality is, though, that even though they're not members of the Caribbean community as yet, I know that there are continuing efforts in terms of finding ways in which there could be cooperation. For instance, Interreg is one example of making that connection between our independent states and, well, France through Guadeloupe or Guadeloupe, Martinique through France.
And that's not what they want. They want to feel a part of the Caribbean community by themselves. I think that the local government, Ari Charles, Serge Letchimy, they're kind of tired of carrying around sort of like France in the background. You know, if they come along, there's always Papa, Mama, France in the background who has to validate a certain number of things. And I think that they were looking to be able to be members as Martinique and Guadeloupe, and not necessarily as a department or a territory of France. It's very subtle. It's a very subtle difference. Interreg is France, so that means France dictates, the participation and the level of participation of Martinique and Guadeloupe. Because as members of the OECS, they are associate members not as France, but as Martinique and Guadeloupe on a more local governmental basis. It's complicated. I mean, I don't know how this is going to work. And I mean, when Serge Letchimy went down to Trinidad, when they had the symposium on the violence, criminality, which was a very powerful meeting, Serge Letchimy went down for that. Because even though you think that Martinique and Guadeloupe are part of France, because of their geographical situation, anything that happens in the Caribbean affects them. That is 100%. Whether it be a hurricane, whether it be crime, whatever it is, because of the geographical situation, they are affected by it in the same way as St. Lucia or Dominica is affected by matters, or Trinidad or Jamaica.
Caroline, we're fortunate that we got, as you talk about Monsieur Letchimy, we have him lined up to share his particular salute to the Caribbean community. So let's share that right now so you'll hear and you'll be able to react as well.
Mes chers amis, chefs d'État, responsables de la Caricom, c'est un immense plaisir de vous retrouver et de vous faire ce message fraternel depuis la Martinique. 50 ans déjà, Chagua ramasse. Une signature qui a fait date et qui continue à nous imprimer dans ce désir profond qu'il y a de se rassembler, d'échanger, de coopérer, de retrouver un espace régional que nous a légué l'histoire d'une certaine manière très divisée. C'est aussi l'occasion, ces 50 ans, de célébrer la force et la puissance de la Caricom, force et puissance que vous avez acquis, que s'est constitué au fil des luttes et des combats dans plein de domaines. Dans le domaine économique, dans le domaine culturel, bien sûr, le travail considérable qui est fait pour le rapprochement en matière de politique de justice, de politique de coopération, de politique d'infrastructure économique, de connectivité entre nous. Ce désir est pour moi toujours extrêmement présent. Et ceux qui ont pris cette initiative et celles qui ont pris cette initiative, je veux citer Eric William, par exemple, contemporain des Césaire, ont eu raison de croire à une coopération, à une diplomatie territoriale caribéenne puissante et forte. C'est une des anciennes institutions régionales en matière d'échange qu'il faut saluer. Bien entendu, la Martinique est extrêmement attentive à ce qui se passe dans son bassin maritime transfrontalier. Nous sommes dans une maison commune. Nous devons continuer cette bataille. Nous devons continuer à conforter les positions et surtout à améliorer tout ce qui pourrait nous permettre de mieux construire notre intégration dans le progrès. C'est essentiel pour nous. C'est extrêmement important pour la Martinique un jour de retrouver la maison commune. Merci beaucoup et bonne fête.
Yes, bonne fête. A very good morning to you. And that, of course, is Serge Letchimy. I had the chance to interview him some years ago in Martinique itself when I went over there for one of these climate change summits, sponsored by the president of the French Republic at the time. And talking about president, I need to correct something. He is the executive president of the Martinique Assembly. and not head of the regional council. Those are two different things altogether. I want to bring Caroline back in because she needs to give us a distinction between Guadeloupe and Martinique in this context. Caroline?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. We had a referendum here a few years ago. There was some sort of issue. Maybe Martinique wanted to become independent, but it didn't. Instead, we became a territory of France. So we now have what they call the CTM, the Collectivité Territoriale de Martinique, which is a territorial collectivity. Guadeloupe is still French. It's very subtle, but his official title is he's the executive president of the Martinique Assembly. It was a bid to get a little bit more autonomy in terms of being able to make decisions without, every time running off to France to get desires and wishes and initiatives authorized. So that's his role right now. It's a bit of the same thing, but we have more autonomy here in Martinique to make a certain number of decisions and to do with our budget what we will without asking France's permission. But Lechimi basically echoed what I said, and he obviously spoke about the desire for a Caribbean territorial assembly. I mean, that was quite a strong statement. Lechimi is very much a Caribbean man. He goes further than that. He goes to Brazil. I mean, he sees the South American continent and Central America as all being a vital part of Caribbean unity. So he very much wants to get Martinique into Caricom.
It's very interesting, Caroline, to see Martinique making that move before Guadeloupe. I have to say it did come as a surprise because our perception, for many of us who have a connection to the French Caribbean, the perception is that Guadeloupe is the more Caribbean of the two, and the people there see themselves as Caribbean before French. Can you talk a little bit about that dynamic and the extent to which perhaps that has evolved in Martinique?
I think that when you hear Ari Shallow speaking, I think he's going to echo the same kind of thoughts and wishes as Serge Lechimi. I think you're going to find that he's going to say pretty much the same thing because Ari Shallow is himself a Caribbean man. I don't know. Historically, the two French islands went their separate ways during the French Revolution. I mean, this is really old history. Guadeloupe was a revolutionary state, pretty much like St. Lucia, Haiti, St. Vincent, and Grenada. I mean, they set up guillotine, and the French planters had their heads cut off. So they sort of freed themselves over in Guadeloupe. And all their national heroes at Delgrès. They knew Julien Fedon, they knew Chatoyer, they would ship arms down to St. Vincent and Grenada. It's a very old story of connection that Guadeloupe people have with the Caribbean. Whereas Martinique, the planters ran to King George of England and said, please protect our interests. And it was the only time that Martinique ever became a British territory. Because the planters wanted to protect their interests. So in Guadeloupe, you have a sense of autonomy, freedom, know how to get the job done sort of thing, more than Martinique. Martinique, there's a perception that it's a little bit more conservative. It's not so much now. Historically, things have changed a bit, even though the social structure is pretty much intact. You have the rich white planters who still own 99% of the land, and who dictate economically what goes on here. And the only counterbalance or counterweight is the local government, trade unions, and the media to a certain extent. So there's that historical thing. Yes, Guadeloupe has always been more rootsy, more, whenever I go there, I feel like I'm in St. Lucia, kind of thing. But that doesn't mean that the people in Martinique or the politicians in Martinique or the Martinican population isn't very connected to the Caribbean, especially St. Lucia, particularly St. Lucia, where there's been a lot of coming and goings, and there's a lot of Martinicans living in St. Lucia, or St. Lucians living here. The exchanges have been historic, and they have been gone on for centuries. I've been long, sorry.
That's a good point. We want to thank you, Caroline. Merci for joining us this morning, and we look forward to to your participation in future broadcasts. It's 9 o'clock, flag raising time, tree planting time. So let's go live to the ceremony. So we're and so this is Chagaramas on the peninsula of the western peninsula of Trinidad.
Northwest, heading down to our army base.
Yes.
Tetron.
To Tetron Bay. And the easiest way to move leaders is to put them in a bus. Right. Yes, this is the convention center. I have to say they did some work on the facility.
Thankfully.
This is where the treaty was signed. I think getting off the vehicle just now, I'm sure that was the Secretary General of the Commonwealth. I see a number of officials there from the Barbados Foreign Ministry coming off. I recognize Sandra Giddens for sure. If I recognize anybody else.
I know, I was saying very good to be able to recognize them from behind.
But these are certainly delegations. Of course, in the far distance of the picture, we're seeing the lined up members of the Defense Force of Trinidad and Tobago in their dress whites.
Yes.
Today, love to see that, those uniforms. Yesterday I saw the aide-de-camp to the president at the Regency, Hyatt Regency, and I said to him, you know, I really admire how you guys are so absolutely ramrod and
Impeccable.
in their entire, and his gold braid and so on. And somebody was fixing up, etc. coming off his shoulder just a little bit, but it was really outstanding. This is for younger people. Yeah, right. For younger people, I think this is a point at which it's right to bring in the man who they call the godfather of the Caribbean community, my good friend, Ambassador Byron Blake. He's in Kingston, Jamaica. He joins us now as we share with you the events happening. There's the Secretary General of Caricom, Carla Barnett, and we'd like to take the sound down from our friends at TTT, and let's continue our commentary here, and let's bring in Byron Blake. Ambassador, please join us as we see the three, all these leaders coming in here.
Yes.
First it was Philip Davis of the Bahamas. You also saw Jamaica's Prime Minister. Here coming into the foreground is none other than Mia Motley of Barbados, followed by Dale Marshall, her Attorney General. She has really been on quite a trip. By the way, the Grenada Prime Minister was in that group of people going in there. He is one of the youngest of the leaders in these days, so we're getting a closer shot of Mia Motley, and behind her is the St. Lucian Prime Minister as well, Philip Pear, and the leaders, Ariel Henry from Haiti. We expect that we get a chance to talk with him as well, while he's on the ground. So let me welcome Ambassador Byron Blake. Good morning, Ambassador, in Kingston, Jamaica. How are you doing?
Very good, Julian. In 1973, the Caribbean pigeons would have joined us much quicker. But technology is here. Let me say a happy 50th anniversary to people of the Caribbean. I mean, 50 years journey has not been easy, but I suspect it has been worth the while.
Okay, great to have you. I'm going to replace your picture with a picture of the ceremony that's going on out at Chagaramas, but we can certainly continue to hear you as we continue to follow exactly what's happening there. So let's see the pictures out at Chagaramas because all these leaders are coming in right now, and people would rather see them than see us, right?
I think so.
But let me just tell you something as we're going and looking at the leaders coming in now. Not to be critical, but in 73, they would have a precision with which they would have come in, almost military precision. But I imagine that times have changed.
Can you describe for us what that would look like, Mr. Blake?
Your protocol person would have so organized them that, first of all, they would be coming in with the flag before them, and each one would be lined up behind the other, just enough time. Very, very precise. Part of the reasoning behind that, of course, that there was great excitement, although there was significant apprehension, because we're creating something which nobody knew exactly what it would look like or how it would work out. But everybody was interested. I'm not certain how many of the Caricom countries are taking the field this morning, but in 1973, I guarantee you that all the countries, those which were signing before which were signing, and the others were all tuned in to the ceremony. There was that.
Yeah, and I think I'm glad you raised all the territories, because in talking to P.J. Patterson, the former Jamaica Prime Minister, who was Trade and Industry Minister at the time and accompanied Mr. Manley, the Prime Minister, he made the point, Ardeen, that the four independent states were very strong, that all of the territories should be involved in this Caribbean community and not be going to negotiate under the British, right, Mr. Blake?
Well, more than not just going to negotiate, but that the movement should be so structured that it should involve all the countries. And it's an interesting twist, because in 1967, when Caricom Agreement was signed in Dickinson Bay, those for who signed it then waited for the others to be ready to come in before they actually moved Caricom. And so when we're structuring the Caribbean community, we're also structuring it to ensure that all the eligible territories would be able to join. So while in July 1973, only 4 had the level of, well, they were independent, and they did not have to seek.
Kindly remain standing as Chief Ricardo Barrett Hernandez, assisted by Genevieve Jean Superville of the Santa Rosa First People Community, open these proceedings with a blessing.
Hey, Papa Tamushi Adayali Wachinachi, hey. Let us put ourselves in the situation of reverence according to our beliefs as we cry out to the same all-knowing Creator of all that we all enjoy. O great Holy Spirit, you have blessed our countries with beauty and diversity of the flora and fauna that inhabit Mother Earth. The air and the waters of the rivers, springs, and seas. For these mercies we lift up our hearts with thanksgiving in this place of the palms, Shagaramas. O great Holy Spirit, whose voice we hear in the winds, and whose breath gives life to all the world, hear us. We need your strength and wisdom. Make us wise so that we may understand. As the flag is raised, may it be seen as a symbol of united leaders moving with the people under their care to the heights of achievement for the well-being of the region. We pray that its design be interpreted not only as the energy of the sun for the good of the earth, not only as unity and breaking of the links with our colonial past, but as united efforts to mend the brokenness of sectors of our people, so that the energy of the people would lead to the productivity that is needed. O great Holy Spirit, help our leaders to remain calm and strong as they traverse the good roads as well as the difficult roads of governance. Enable them to respond wisely to the vulnerabilities of our countries, facing natural and man-made disasters and various pandemics. As we face the challenges of climate change, we pray your blessings on this tree planting ceremony, and that it will be an example for citizens to follow towards making the earth green again. May our present leaders continue to recall the great vision of those pioneers who dared to believe in this special form of unity, a unity that existed among our indigenous ancestors, who saw their world as one people, and moved freely across the waters from country to country. O great Holy Spirit, fan the flames of this vision that has endured over these 50 years under successive leaders who are not afraid to implement positive change over the years. O great Holy Spirit, continue to inspire our leaders to listen to each other with an open mind and to give them wisdom, not to be greater than each other, but to be greater together. As we send our prayers from the lowest earth, and from the lowest earth, from the highest heaven, we ask the guardian angels or the guardian spirits, those of the east, those of the west, those of the north, and those of the south, bear witness to our prayer. Ehe, Papa, Tamushi Adayali Watinachi, Ehe.
Thank you to the Santa Rosa First People Community. The Honorable Roosevelt Scarrett, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica and the Chairman of Caricom. Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The Honorable Philip Davis, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Heads of State and Government of Caricom. His Excellency Han Duck-Soo, Prime Minister of Korea. Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General of Caricom. Ministers of Foreign Affairs of Caricom, Assistant Foreign Minister of the People's Republic of China, Secretary General of the Organization of American States, Secretary General of the Commonwealth, ambassadors and heads of mission, specially invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to the 50th anniversary ceremonial event. Today we gather to commemorate the historic signing of the Treaty of Chaguaramas 50 years ago in this very location. The date was July 4th, 1973. It is indeed an honor to bear witness to the hoisting of the flags of Caricom. We ask that you remain standing as this is carried out by members of the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. Heads of government, we invite you to take a step forward as needed.
Of course, the wind has been kind to us this morning at Chaguaramas, with the flags of the Caribbean community blowing in a very steady breeze after the raising of the flags of host country Trinidad and Tobago and that of the incoming chairman Dominica's flag. Very distinctive. I hope that school children will really pay attention to these flags and know them and recognize them. There was a time when we had one flag under the Federation.
I wonder if most people know what that looks like.
It's distinctive gold and sea, etc. We'll show you sometime, but there we are. Trinidad and Tobago's flag, distinctive, and I always like the Dominica one as well with the parrot, and you've got the well, they're just gone off, but really, really, really absolutely beautiful. We're going to stay with the ceremony and share in the presentation.
As the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Regiment Band and Corps of Drums play the Caricom song. showers of blessing on an auspicious occasion as we mark 50 years of the Caricom community. Thank you to the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Regiment's Band and Corps of Drums. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the weather, please bear with us as the team on the ground makes the necessary adjustments to facilitate this morning's proceedings. I now ask the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force to please support us in moving the time capsule out of the rain.
So, of course, you know, in these ceremonies, there's always the effort to ensure that it is an impeccable performance by the armed forces.
Yeah, it's one of the few times we get to see them doing their thing. I mean, Trinidad and Tobago Independence Day is one such occasion. It's the highlight. Occasions like these offer another.
Yeah. So they're preparing now to make the arrangements for the capsule. This is what we're seeing, which is being carried by Defense Force. This is Defense Force and police. Am I correct?
Yes,
yes,
that's
police officer.
Yes.
All right. So they're moving that into place. By the way, that Caricom song, originally done by Michael Henderson
yes.
of Dominica, who's a highly acclaimed artist in that Commonwealth, is finally selected by a panel of judges. Rather, it's interesting that she took the opportunity to recognize our language differences.
Yes.
And to
I love that.
Yeah, because you know, Creole is very, very, very important for St. Lucia and Dominica and Haiti.
Yes, of course, and there are pockets of it still in Trinidad, Grenada as well. You know, and a friend of mine and I, years ago, we would always joke about how that could have been the language, Julian, to unite the Eastern Caribbean.
All right, talk about some of the things that I like. The Defense Force Band of Trinidad and Tobago.
As you have gathered, we have moved our lectern, our podium, to under the tent to secure those individuals who will be speaking this morning. So I ask that you turn your attention to the podium as we invite to deliver remarks on behalf of the youth of Caricom, Ms. Renee Atwell, Caricom Youth Ambassador.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate Caricom's Golden Jubilee, it is an opportune time to reflect on West Indian excellence and the legacy left by our forefathers. Today is indeed a historic and momentous occasion. We congregate in Chagaramas, the place where the founding fathers of Caricom committed to economic integration and functional cooperation. This occasion evokes pride in our rich shared heritage and Caribbean identity. Though as a region we have encountered numerous challenges, our passion, determination, and resilience have steered us to overcome them, and we have a lot to be proud of. This is a critical time for reflection, a time to consider what more can be done to bring us closer together. Who else can we involve to deepen our integration movement? Distinguished heads, our young people, who is the largest demographic in the community, must be involved in the integration movement. As the incoming chair of Caricom, Prime Minister Skerrit, said yesterday, the actions of our youth will determine where Caricom goes in the next 50 years. I wish to assure you that the legacy of Caricom and the path to regional integration formed by our predecessors is alive and well within us, the youth of the region. As we reflect on the past 50 years, we applaud the work that has been done by the community to involve and engage young people. We have contributed to regional decision-making by making recommendations in Caricom Heads of Government conferences. we have been given opportunities to advance climate change and health throughout the region. We have also benefited from entrepreneurial initiatives, such as the Aspiring Youth Empowerment Program. However, there is greater effort needed to empower youth and ensure that they are meaningfully engaged in regional integration. Looking to the future, regional integration is more critical now than ever before. The global paradigm is shifting, resulting in a far more vulnerable position for the region. Despite this uncertainty, we as a region need to continue to rejuvenate our integration efforts. And in doing so, young people must be included, not only as participants, but as facilitators. Today we call on you, our regional leaders, to draw on your spirit of resilience and take bold and decisive action to move Caricom forward. In the words of the great Caribbean leader, the late Marcus Garvey, "Up you mighty race, accomplish what you will." We have the power to overcome our challenges just as we did in the past. Let us rise to the occasion with determination and collective effort to pass on to future generations an integration movement that has bloomed under our stewardship. I thank you.
We got one of the outstanding young people of the Caribbean, the Youth Ambassador Program, which embraces so many very, very strong, highly educated young people across this region, very committed to the region. She's a graduate, of course, of the University of the West Indies.
Yes, she's an attorney. She's a trial attorney and describes herself as multifaceted in her experience in both civil and criminal justice.
So there's a future.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when we see the young people in these fora, Julian, I only look forward to great things from them. I don't think we should be surprised to see Ms. Atwell appearing later on in some regional role.
I would say international.
Yeah,
but she intends to be, that she's seeking to be an international lawyer.
And it's critical to have the involvement of young people here. We see our Prime Minister, Trinidad and Tobago's Dr. Keith Rowley now taking
at the podium.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, children.
Lots of it.
You know, there is a yellow level weather alert now in Trinidad.
Let me do a quick and tell you that the gentleman in the left of your screen is Suriname President. Next to him, St. Lucia's Prime Minister, Jamaica's Prime Minister Holness is next to him. Mia Motley, you recognize.
Take your blessings in large doses. This must be a very special shower. But permit me to acknowledge my fellow CARICOM heads of government, Your Excellency Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General of the Caribbean Community, Your Excellency Han Duck-Soo, Prime Minister of the Republic of Korea, Ministers of Government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, especially invited guests, including our Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Your Excellencies, heads of diplomatic missions and ambassadors to the Caribbean community, members of Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, chief representatives of international organizations, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, good morning to you all. Today we stand in these showers on what we consider to be Caribbean holy ground. Chaguaramas holds a special place in our hearts because of its role in the creation of the Caribbean community. Had we been present 50 years ago, on these very grounds, we would have been privy to events that changed the course of our region's history. Undoubtedly, the air was filled then, as it is now, with expectation, joy, and hope for the future. As we retrace our steps, what words of wisdom would our forefathers offer us had they lived to join us today? Given his passion for developing our youth, I know that the late, great Dr. Eric Williams would admonish us to invest in our school children, such as these children who are here with us today, understanding as he did that our future lies in their book bags. The late Jamaican statesman, Mr. Michael Manley, would challenge us as leaders to transform government from what he called a reflection of the art of the possible to a reflection of the pursuit of the impossible, so that we would know our own capabilities and in so doing banish self-doubt. He would be joined by the late Barbadian stalwart, the great orator, Mr. Errol Barrow, who reminded us that we are friends of all and satellites of none. He would unashamedly urge us to pursue our collective vision together as masters of our own destinies, as practitioners of the diplomacy of peace and prosperity. And the late Guyanese founding father, Mr. Forbes Burnham, would of course call on us to take stock of our achievements and our failures and note that we have accomplished successfully and where we can improve. He also spoke about the Caribbean unity involving not just the governments but also the people, even as he reminded us of the need for the nation, for the region's resources to benefit all these people. A common theme throughout these messages was the notion of the Caribbean as representing more than Anglophone Caribbean. Dr. Williams, Burnham, and Manley mentioned that. Now Caricom includes Suriname and Haiti. Today, we look forward towards greeting Martinique and the Dutch Antilles. The community should be outward looking. This started on the 4th day of July 1973 and continues to this day. But I think we should make an observation here. Dr. Williams was no mean historian, and it is not by accident that the Caricom seed was sown on July the 4th in this old American naval base on the Independence Day of the United States. Happy Independence to the United States. Our special guest received this. Our accomplishments in Caricom have been many. Caricom has used the foundation laid by the 4 pillars of regional integration, namely functional cooperation, the coordination of foreign policy, security collaboration, and economic integration, to build a home where we can find refuge, where all of us can find refuge and purpose. Yet, Caricom has had to contend with its own limitations, limitations that are built into its design. Given that we are sovereign states, free to choose our own policies and pursue our own goals, there have been times when, in the last 50 years, these limitations have challenged us. And still, here we are today, a family of nations, replete with the wisdom that comes from facing those challenges head on. We are stronger together. So as we take stock of the last 50 years and look with anticipation towards the next 50, let us do so knowing that whatever divides us will never be bigger than that which unites us. We will always be stronger together than we are apart. Let us go towards the future, confident in our strengths, cognizant of our weaknesses, and determined to strive through both towards success. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy.
Thank you, Prime Minister Rowley. We ask those of you seated to the back rows if you can take, I know some of you have done it already, but if you can just narrow the space in your rows to allow our leaders to move as far back as possible to avoid being wet. We would appreciate that very much.
Well, the rains were promised, right, Ardeen?
And they delivered. Dr. Rowley there, Prime Minister Rowley, Julian, talking about the significance of the date and the irony ought not to be lost on folks regarding the selection of the July 4th date and its association with American independence, and the significance as well of going to Chagaramas at the former American base to do the signing. But you're very aware of another reason for choosing July 4th.
You know, it was Byron Blake, in fact, who reminded me why the date was the 4th. It was a tribute, out of respect for the former Jamaica Prime Minister, Norman Manley, who was there for the Federation back in the 60s. So
that was his birthday.
It's not, yes, and it is his birthday. So it's not a, we didn't go American.
Well, I think it was a bit of Dr. Williams. I think that what Prime Minister Rowley suggested, it was a bit of him sticking it to the Americans.
Yeah, fair enough.
You know, as well as paying tribute to one of the leaders of the region of the time.
We're going to stay with the ceremony and make sure that you get every bit of it, because there are a couple other things that
I do not think that is necessary. I believe we should simply hand over that letter to Ralph Gonsalves, the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, recognizing that he will be the only one who will be there 50 years from now. And if you think I am wrong, you saw what happened with the flag raising ceremony. St. Vincent did not want to leave. But let me recognize the presence of the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, my colleagues, the Secretary General, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends all, good morning. I suggested to the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago that we should come here to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Caricom. And one of the reasons I wanted this to happen was for us to have some introspection and some reflection, and quite possibly to invoke the spirits of the founding fathers, to ask whether we're on the right track or we're on the wrong track. I believe in large measure we are on the right track, but there are some things which we need to do, some of which I highlighted in my address last evening. I want to say to us in the Caribbean, I believe we're living in a more difficult world now than 50 years ago, or even 20 years ago. And this requires us to be even more united in purpose. United in purpose. There are too many injustices that have been meted out to us as a CARICOM and a Caribbean community. The issue of climate change, and the kicking down the bucket of firm decisions to address our concerns in the Caribbean community. And sometimes we feel like giving up. We feel like not going to any of the COP conferences. But we must never relent on our fight against an injustice. Like our forebears who fought for our emancipation. They never gave up. And therefore, we have to look even deeper within ourselves to continue that noble fight of ensuring that the developed world do what is just and right where we are concerned with regards to climate change. The issue of correspondent banking and de-risking. I do not believe that the average Caribbean national understands the implications of this on their own individual household and circumstance. I want to say to us in the Caribbean community, this is not a government fight. This must be our fight in the Caribbean community. Every one of us must play our part. Because this poses an existential threat to our very survival and abilities to trade with the rest of the world. The whole international financial architecture, how it is skewed against us. And I am happy that we are pushing out with the Bridgetown initiative, where we have articulated a very clear view of what the problem is and what are the solutions to the problem. And so it is a very simple solution. Because when we speak to those who have the opportunity to make those decisions, they give us the impression that it is impossible. But we make laws and we go to Parliament to amend them. We go to Parliament to repeal laws. And as far as I understand it, outside of the 10 Commandments, we can change anything we wish to change in this world. But I am confident and comforted to know that we are united within this Caricom community. We are united in our vision, we are united in our mission, and we are united in our commitment to fight the good fight. And so this 50 years is really a time for us to reflect and to look forth to the next 50 years to secure a proper and solid future for our young people. And within the Caribbean space, I am also comforted to know that our young people understand their role and their commitment and their need to rise to the occasion. This notion of young people are the leaders of tomorrow, I don't subscribe to. Our young people are leaders today and tomorrow, and we have to ensure that they play their part today. And so we have to be united. This world is very, very difficult. With all of the geopolitics that have been played and all of the actions that have been taken which we have no control over, but all of which have serious negative implications for us. We have to remain united and continue to remain united. And so we welcome all of our friends here from far and near who have come to celebrate with us and to say to you that you have in the Caribbean community true and trusted friends. There is nowhere in the world where you will have more true and trusted friends than those of us who reside in this Caribbean community. And so, Prime Minister, thank you for allowing us to be here, where the founding fathers penned this integration movement. It is left to us now, the current and future generations, to continue on this effort towards true integration and creating the single domestic space so that we can truly realize our true potential as a Caribbean community. We're here in the hurricane season. As we speak, there is a tropical wave affecting the Eastern Caribbean. It's always a discomforting and unnerving time for all of us. And this is why it is so critical that action be taken where climate change is concerned. We have no choice in this matter. And we have to go back to the commitments that were made to us. You know, every time there's a COP summit, COP conference, there's a new offering on the table. I do not believe that we need new offerings. We need to go back to the original offering and ensure that that offering is actualized and realized by all of us. And so we are optimistic that who have ears will hear and who have hands will act. And let us act together to resolving this existential threat to all of us. May God bless the Caribbean community. May God bless our people as we all seek to create peace and prosperity for all of us everywhere we live in this world. God bless you and thank you very much.
Honorable Prime Minister, we ask that you don't leave the podium just yet.
So there you got the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica, and that's very important to describe it in that way, who's been a Prime Minister since 2004. He came to office when he was only 37, so he was the youngest to take up that position. Let's stay with the ceremony at Chaguaramas.
And the Honorable Prime Minister Roosevelt Scarrett has just affixed his signature. Thank you. We now invite Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, Trinidad and Tobago.
These are the signatures that will go into the time capsule.
Yes. 50 years from now, they will have footage of this. I don't think we have footage of 73, do we?
We'd have to ask the guys in the archive here in the Trinidad Government Information Service. I'm sure they have footage. Yes, yes. Yeah.
Secretary General. Up next, Antigua and Barbuda.
This is Prime Minister Gaston Brown, following in the footsteps of the Honorable National Hero of Antigua and Barbuda, Reese Byrd. And of course, this is Carla Barnett, Belizean, Caribbean woman, Secretary General of Caricom. Here comes Gaston Brown. Antigua and Barbuda played a pivotal role in the integration movement.
Can I ask a member of the event team to move out the microphone stand for me, please? Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you.
Mr. Byrd, of course, having signed the Dickinson Bay Agreement that brought the CARIFTA, Caribbean Free Trade Area, which was the precursor to CARICOM, into force. Dickinson Bay, one of the best beaches in Antigua and Barbuda, and some people say in the world.
Barbados, you will be up next.
It was this at the podium there is the Bahamas Prime Minister. He's just signed. Mr. Philip Davis. He's a recent, in real terms, leader of the Bahamian nation. So Reese Byrd, Errol Barrow, and Forbes Brenham were the signatories to the CARIFTA agreement. Here is Mia Motley of Barbados, lady of the world stage, and following in the footsteps of Barbadian leaders over the years, Sir Grantley Adams, Hugh Cummins before him as Premier of Barbados, involved in the lead up to the Federation.
Grenada.
Of course, in subsequent years, you had Tom Adams, Bernard St. John, we call him Bree. Of course, who can forget Owen Arthur, the recently deceased Erskine Sandiford.
Haiti.
We get to see Suriname coming to the podium now. Sorry, that's Guyana's president, sorry. Irfan Ali. He following in the footsteps of so many other presidents of Guyana over the years, whether it's Chetty Jagan or Forbes Burnham, and so on. That's Ariel Sharma, who just signed. This is, yeah, this is Jamaica. Jamaica's Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, coming down from Kingston like myself, and joining us here at this historic ceremony. Coming up to sign now, I'm not sure.
St. Kitts and Nevis.
Okay, St. Kitts.
I think this is a Montserrat
representative. This is Montserrat representative. Yes.
But this is not the actual premier, is
No,
it?
this is not the premier. This is not Mr. Farrell.
St. Lucia.
the light is a little bad in that position, but I understand that they had to rearrange the podium in light of the rain coming down just now. But I can distinguish that coming to the signature is, at the signature point is Philip Hare of St. Lucia. Reminds me of my old liming days in St. Lucia back in the 70s when I was working for Radio Antilles. I really enjoyed my frequent visits to St. Lucia. Got to love that country and made a lot of friends there. And I've lost a couple of them recently.
Suriname.
Winston Springer, very popular and well-known broadcaster and journalist. This is Dr. Ralph Gonzalez, longest serving Prime Minister in the region.
2001.
Yes, 2001. And as Roosevelt Scary to Dominica suggests, he could be there forever, right?
I remember when Dr. Gonzalez was the leader, along with Mr. Manning, in terms of who at the fore, championing.
Yeah. I'm thinking that this profile, yes, I'm right now, the President of Suriname.
President Santoki.
Right.
Sankoti or Santoki?
Santoki, right. Santoki. Suriname now becoming another one of the giants in the oil industry from this part of the world.
British Virgin Islands.
And we certainly have nearly all the leaders, which is interesting. Yeah. It's not always possible sometimes to get them together.
All in one space.
All in one place.
And some have representatives here today. Yeah. And I did want to just make a...
Ladies and gentlemen, all of our Caricom heads of government and representatives have affixed their signatures to the document.
You were making the point.
No, I was saying it's great to see the younger leaders as well. We don't have too many of them, in their early 40s, early to mid 40s.
So that applies to Grenada and St. Kitts, Nevis.
Irfan Ali of Guyana also.
So the signatories on this very important time capsule.
Confirmation this time around to ensure that I have not inadvertently omitted any leader or representative here.
Yeah, see, the public announcer is a little distorted, but we thank God we got the pictures we can share with you.
And they are broadcasting under less than ideal conditions at this time.
The rain really came and affected some of the arrangements here. But let me remind you that we are sharing with you one of the most significant aspects of the celebration of the 50th anniversary. This is the day when we designate Caricom Day, first of all, and the celebration as a holiday in 4 Caribbean territories, namely St. Kitts and Nevis, Antigua and Barbuda, Grenada and Dominica. And here we're sharing with you the events at Chaguaramas, the site 50 years ago of the signing of the treaty by 4 leaders, Errol Barrow of Barbados, now that country's national hero, so I'm to be addressing him as Right Honorable National Hero Errol Walton Barrow, Dr. Eric Williams of Trinidad and Tobago, Michael Manley of Jamaica, and the late Forbes Burnham, President of Guyana at the time. So here is the capsule now being put in place. The Defense Force and the Police Force of Trinidad and Tobago.
And forgive me, but I have to say it's wonderful to see it being done, put in place by 2 women.
I knew you couldn't miss that. And you shouldn't.
No, I shouldn't.
And you shouldn't either. So the heavy downpour has eased a bit. Now a drizzle and a phalanx of umbrellas.
Yes. Apt description, Julian.
Ah, boy. Yes, so the umbrellas have come out.
At least their feet will be dry.
Yes. But I'm sure there may be a few tears, actually, because of the significance of this particular activity at Chaguaramas historic indeed. Chaguaramas was originally an American base,
Yes.
which was used by the Americans on the basis of a trade between America and Britain.
Yes.
For the use of these bases during the World War, and it was Dr. Eric Williams who insisted that this base be returned because this is significant in terms of our independence.
Absolutely, and it is significant that, again, this is a chosen site. 50 years ago, it was this chosen site, and that we're back here today, 50 years later.
And so the cover of being put in place now to seal the time capsule. Always a job for the military, because they carry out such functions with such precision. You and I will be stumbling around, but
falling over ourselves.
Falling over ourselves trying to get it right. But they practice these things over and over again, and they've got a protocol for any kind of ceremony that they've got to conduct. I see from that shot that the rain is pounding down a little bit longer.
Do we have details as to how this will be sealed, Julian?
No, we positive information regarding that. But I think that it might be a good opportunity for us to bring, I was going to suggest we bring Byron Blake back in here, but I'm waiting to see exactly what may happen next. We did have a program, but I think the main activities have now been completed. So I think we could take the chance of bringing Byron in back here. Yes, Byron, let's bring Byron Blake in here, because I think we've gone past the ceremonies now, and we could, if we need to go back there, we certainly will. But we'll keep the picture up and bring Byron Blake in. Let me reintroduce him. Described as the godfather of Caricom, and he's retired now. But certainly, I want to pay public thank you to Byron, because, or the ambassador, because my whole deepening and remembrance of many of the activities of that period is thanks to my conversations with him over the last weeks. So Byron, come back in here and give us your impressions of what has happened so far.
Thank you very much, Julian. Let me just say that this has been impressive, and the statements, there are some issues, some important points which have been brought to the fore. I want to comment on a couple of them. The first one, which was the site of Chaguaramas, that clearly was a site chosen for the signing by Dr. Williams to make a point to the United States. But the date of the signing had absolutely nothing to do with the accidental independence of the United States on that day, but with the deep spiritual arrival, birth of Norman Washington Manley, who was not only a major leader in Caricom, but in the integration movement. But one will remember his statement in the 1957 Montego Bay Conference, when essentially he said that the Caribbean, the countries are in one boat, and they'll either band together and try and stay afloat, or they will separate and drown separately. Translating, I'm not quoting. But that was a major statement just before the Federation itself. So I want especially our young people to recognize why it was in recognition of one of the visionaries of the Caribbean region, at the time visionary towards the Federation, which you referred earlier. And you did say that there was a time when the region had one flag, because during the Federation, Now, I think one of the flags that would have been unfurled today would have been the Caricom standard. Now, when the Caricom itself started, we didn't have a standard. In fact, we didn't get to that Caricom standard until might have been in either 83 or 84. I tell you that perhaps the hardest job I ever did for Caricom was negotiating for that standard. Reason being that the effort, there was great effort towards getting the standard, and each time a design came up, heraldists like Bradshaw and so forth would shoot them down. And this time, the Secretary General, Curly King, Dr. Curly King, who was a believer in these things, and he was in fact part of the designing of this. So he really was vested in it. And I must say that I'm a heretic when it comes to symbols, and so I know their importance, but I'm a heretic. At the heads meeting, the conference was in two parts. The heads were in one aspect, and there was what we used to call the Economic and General Purposes Committee. So Dr. King was Secretary General was leading in the heads conference, and I was leading in the Economic and General Purposes. And the standard came up for decision in the General Purposes Committee. So now I had to negotiate for it. So I said, Byron, you know, if you do not get this standard, the Secretary General is going to say it because you didn't believe in it. So, others, I had to put on my greatest negotiation to get that standard.
Let me just tell the viewers can see what's happening right now, but those with radio, I think, in all fairness, I need to tell them that amidst the rain, Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley sheltered under multiple umbrellas to conduct a tree planting. So he's put a tree in place, which is part of the activities today. He was not spared the rain, by the way.
Not at all. And you know, this is the Prime Minister in his element. You know,
he's a farmer, gardener.
He loves to be out in the land. Yeah. And you could tell it appeared to me he might have been getting a little carried away with some of
the shoveling.
Yes.
Yeah.
But he, I think, was a very suitable candidate for the task. I think he performed it well, especially, again, under the conditions. And the rain did not faze him at all.
Okay. Prime Minister Motley, I think the leaders are now preparing to leave. No.
Oh, no, she's now taking a shovel in hand.
She's going to get a shovel, too. Okay.
All right, so there's more than one tree being planted, it would seem.
So you get to tell them what's happening.
So now Prime Minister Motley is taking her turn with the shovel, clearing some area for a tree to be planted. I wish we knew what types of trees they were planting today. Maybe we'll find that out. But she's just done a little bit of shoveling and maybe doing a little bit more now.
Yeah.
Is that still her, or is that something? No, this is the Belizean representative with the shovel now.
Well, that is, when you say Belizean representative, it looks like Carla Barnett.
Oh, was it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Fair enough. She's the only one with that hairstyle, really, at this point.
Who is this now? Another Prime Minister has taken the shovel.
If they would just give us a closer look at who's doing the shoveling at this point. I know for sure that it's going to be a pui tree because puis need a lot more room than they're providing here.
That's definitely not a pui.
In this particular location. But we will certainly learn subsequently, I'm sure, that the CNC3 team were on the ground.
With the plant in one hand and the shovel in the other.
Yes.
Poor thing.
All right. Fair enough. Let's go back. Let's go back to Byron. I think we've given people a sense of what's happening there. The rain is really beating down.
It is.
Very steadily. I wish we had some of this rain in Jamaica, because we've been going through a drought for a good while here over the weeks. Here comes Gaston Brown.
Oh, it was Prime Minister Brown.
It was Prime Minister Brown. We got a better shot. And in fact, there's Mia Motley trying to make sure that she doesn't get any more wet than she did get at this particular point. Byron, while I have you there, before I bring you back in, we've got Garfield Burford, who is Jamaican, by the way, who's been living in Antigua, I don't know how long now, I lost track. But he's the head of news of ABS Television and Radio. And we want to bring him in as we look at what looks to me in blue there. Is that not
Prime Minister
the Grenada?
Mitchell? Yes.
Right. Prime Minister Mitchell of, yes. The Grenadians believe in Mitchells, right?
Yeah.
One after the other?
Obviously.
Right. Yeah. All right. So we're going to hold Ambassador Blake for a while we tell you that the Haitian president is also involved in planting a tree. He's got a little more protection from the rain than previously there. He's got a little helping hand from someone else as well. But let's bring Burford in here. Garfield, you with us? Welcome. Happy Caricom Day, as the other president, this time is the Irfan Ali of Guyana.
Getting his hands dirty there.
Yes, and he should get his hands dirty.
He should.
Because his portfolio is food and security.
Oh, yes, of course.
Food security.
Food security.
Yeah, he's been driving that agenda. It's interesting because Guyana has always been
a food basket.
Not just a food basket, but always insisted that if you really want to feed the entire Caribbean, come to Guyana. We have the space.
Yes, yes.
We can give you all the space in the world. Yeah. So that we have the opportunity under the leadership of President Irfan Ali to really work on this agenda of 25 by 25. So that
reducing imports.
Yeah, reducing the import and feeding ourselves. We would definitely have, on the basis of the availability of land, Guyana certainly has it. Belize is the one with the rolling farmland, similar to Guyana in a lot of ways.
Expansive.
Right, expansive savannas and whatever else. So they're
underdeveloped.
Their area is cattle.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So, and we just have to tell our radio listeners that the rain is pouring down and these plants are getting a good drenching, so they shouldn't complain for a while, right? They'll be able to settle down, and when the sun comes out and dries the area, will certainly. But these plants are ranged across now, or around the area where the time capsule is in place, and the St. Lucian Prime Minister, the Jamaican Prime Minister, and the Montserrat representative, who I should recognize, but I don't, because this is a younger generation of people from my time.
He is a younger one.
Yes, anyhow, we confirm that. So, next door to Montserrat is none other than my beautiful country of Antigua and Barbuda, and that is where the man who is seen on television every night in that country, Garfield Burford. Happy Caricom Day, sir.
Thank you so much, Julian. Happy Caricom Day to you too, and to your co-host, and to your entire audience. It is a fantastic day in the region. Birthday of Caricom, birthday of yours truly. So, a great day.
Happy birthday, Garfield.
Birthday.
How about that?
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. I'm honored to share the birthday with Caricom, and also with the distinguished Norman Washington Manley as well. So it's really great. The anniversary of the birth of Norman Manley.
And to have a holiday as well.
Absolutely. Had a holiday here, a one-off albeit, but I think I'm pretty sure that everybody's enjoying it.
So I understand now how come Prime Minister Gaston Brown granted this holiday? Because when you spoke to him when Antigua and Barbuda observed Caricom Day, I saw you when you asked the Prime Minister if there was going to be a holiday. So is it true to say that you had a discussion with the Prime Minister afterwards to say, I think you should grant this holiday for my birthday?
I'm looking forward to it, Julian. It would make for a great story. It would make for a great story, but unfortunately, I don't have such power and clout. But I think that the Prime Minister, in all seriousness and fairness, Julian, I think the Prime Minister indicated that he would go to cabinet the following day, the Wednesday, and there would be discussions about the issue. And I think that the cabinet was minded to grant the holiday as a one-off, only for the Golden Jubilee of Caricom, on the basis that this was an excellent way of celebrating Caribbean integration, and also pointing to the specific indication or the specific contribution that Antigua Barbuda has made in terms of pushing for Caribbean unity. Of course, the forerunner of CARICOM was Carifta, and one of the Bs among the three Bs who actually were the architects of Carifta was the father of the nation, Xavier Cornwall Bird Sr. So he, along with Barrow and Burnham, would have engineered Carifta, which was the forerunner of CARICOM. So I think that the Prime Minister, in deference to all of that, the rich storied history of Antigua's contribution to regional integration, and also talking about reflection, talking about understanding the value, the functional cooperation of CARICOM, I think that they were minded to do it, notwithstanding the concerns about the number of holidays. For example, we have the Carnival season coming up, when at least 2 holidays will be in that. Carnival Monday and Carnival Tuesday will be 2 holidays. So quite a few holidays, but I think that the cabinet was minded to go this route because of the historical significance of the day.
And how is the day being observed over there? And let me take the opportunity to ask, how is that rationale, that significance that you just explained, how is it landing with people over there?
Right. I think that there would be some a kind of dichotomy of views on it, if you ask me. But I think that generally there has been acceptance. Generally, people have welcomed the holiday. I think for the most part, people don't necessarily frown on the holiday, apart from perhaps some business operators who might be a little bit skittish about the impact on their bottom line. But I think generally the general public has been quite receptive to the idea that the government has opted for a holiday, at least a one-off. In this case. And I think that had it been an annual one, perhaps there would have been a little bit more pushback. But because it's a one-off for the 50th anniversary of CARICOM, I think that generally it has been accepted that, look, it's a great way of celebrating Caribbean unity. It's a great way of celebrating Antigua's own distinctive part in Caribbean unity. In fact, when I interviewed the Prime Minister for an interview that will be aired today on ABS television, he indicated that Antigua Barbuda is the quintessential melting pot of the Caribbean. So whereas, for example, he says, if you go to Jamaica, you go to Jamaica. If you go to Barbados, you go to Barbados. He says, if you come to Antigua Barbuda, you come to the Caribbean, because it is so representative of CARICOM, because of it's almost a kind of 50-50 split in terms of nationals, citizens who are indigenous Antiguans and Barbudans versus immigrants from mainly from other Caribbean countries, including Jamaica, Guyana, Dominica, etc. So I think now the Prime Minister says, look, the country can be really proud of its part in regional unity, regional cooperation, regional integration. And I think that also speaks to the value of having a holiday. So I think generally it's been well received. I think people are taking the time to rest. A few people are perhaps going to the beaches and so on. It is, after all, the land of 365 beaches, one for every day of the year. So I think that generally people are enjoying the day.
What kind of celebrations are happening, if any at all? And is there anything that the government in particular has done or has spearheaded to register this significant day?
Right. So I think generally in fact, before today, there would have been, I think what Julian referenced earlier would have been last week, Tuesday, which would have been a flag raising for CARICOM, for CARICOM in honor of the 50th anniversary. So because the Prime Minister was there then, and he wouldn't have been here today, he would have been, of course, in Trinidad and Tobago. He's, of course, Trinidad and Tobago today. So I think that was held last week, Tuesday, in honor and celebration of the day. So generally no official functions being held today. I think all the focus is turned on Trinidad and Tobago for the deliberations, what's taking place there. And of course, we're ensuring that our audiences here are kept abreast of all those developments. Plus, of course, that special interview that we mentioned with the Prime Minister, speaking about the regional integration project, how it has happened, how it has progressed, how it has thrived, and in some cases not thrived. What are some of the key areas of functional cooperation that can be explored, the low-hanging fruit, the challenges facing the regional integration project, why there hasn't been a single economy in as much as there's been progress on the single market, why there hasn't been a political union. The Prime Minister, by the way, is bullish on the prospects of a political union re-emerging, notwithstanding the collapse of the Federation. So I think that generally is going to be the mode of the celebrations here in terms of the programming that we're providing, but no official celebration per se. That was held last week Tuesday.
When you talk about Caricom in the Antigua Barbuda situation, I think that Antigua and Barbuda has had a particularly interesting experience in terms of the integration movement. Not only we talk about Ver Cromwell Bird, your national heroes' involvement in the Thrive for Carifta, etc., but through the years, Antigua has become the place that has welcomed more Caribbean people under what can clearly be deemed the freedom of movement. I mean, even though we're dealing with work permits, but the fact is that I think that it was recognized, and we can't deny the fact that Antigua has welcomed more Caribbean people than most others. It is true that there were a number of situations, such as when you had back-to-back hurricanes, that people from Dominica or St. Lucia or wherever came to Antigua because there was an opportunity to help in the rebuilding of the country, etc. But I'm speaking from my own experience of having been in Antigua and working in Antigua several days. So I think that the Antigua represents a microcosm of what is expected in terms of the free movement and the matter of goods and services and so on. Am I correct here? I mean, you've been there long enough to understand and know the environment, Garfield.
Absolutely. I think you're spot on, Julian. I think, and the Prime Minister has indicated that, as we said in the interview that will be aired today in its entirety, speaking about the fact that, look, Antigua and Barbuda is the quintessential melting pot of the Caribbean. It is, as I said, the extent to which Caribbean, the visionaries, the architects of the regional integration project would have wanted to see that seamless movement of goods and services and skills and people across the region. I think that Antigua Barbuda typifies that. It is the archetype of that. And I think that he says there can be reasonable pride among that. Of course, it hasn't come without its fair share of pushback. I mean, the sometimes what you could expect to be the obligatory country terms in the country about displacement, and about, for example, nationals feeling that they are not necessarily at the front of the line all the time, and that certain positions and certain privileges are given to immigrants. And so that has also been part of the picture. But I think by and large, Antigua Barbuda has been proud of its history and proud of its contribution to regional unity and regional cooperation by welcoming so many individuals from several other countries. As I said, Jamaica has a significant diaspora here. So does Ghana, so does Dominica, so does the Dominican Republic, even though it's not a part of CARICOM. But if you look at extending it to CARIFORUM and part of the regional integration project. So, as I said, a significant contribution that this country has been playing on that score, and looking to also, it's not only for the ideals though, Julian, of regional integration, it has a pragmatic benefit as well. Because when I interviewed the Prime Minister, he indicated that as a small society, I mean, just over 100,000 people based on the last count in terms of the population here, and a significant number made up of CARICOM immigrants. A small population, he says,
I miss somebody.
Of necessity, there has to be, bringing in skills, bringing in talent to augment the pool that is available nationally. And I think so. In other words, it has served Antigua Barbuda well. In addition, he says, take away immigrant contribution to the economy, to economic activity, and you have a significant almost collapse of the economy because they contribute so much to the economic activity here. By the way, the country has been doing quite well in terms of its rebound from the pandemic. I interviewed the ECCB governor, the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank governor recently, and he indicated that Antigua Barbuda is driving the recovery in terms of economic return from COVID-19 in the OECS sub-region. In the currency union here, of course, we have a currency union using the Eastern Caribbean dollar. So generally, in addition to fulfilling the ideals of CARICOM and the ideals that the father of the nation bought into and was able to, as I said, coalesce with Burnham and Barrow in starting COIFTA, which was, of course, a forerunner of CARICOM, there's also the pragmatic benefit that has come to Antigua Barbuda as a result.
Garfield, thank you very much. You've really given us a good sense of the Antigua Barbuda landscape in terms of the integration movement, and we can't, what am I going to say? We can't downplay.
No, we can't. In fact, I think there's a lot we can learn from Antigua and Barbuda and their approach to immigration. And while I think there's always some sort of recalcitrant element, not to take the historical baggage of that word with it, I think there's always that element in society. I think by and large, from what I understand about Antigua, it is something that has been embraced.
Antigua and Barbuda always,
Antigua and Barbuda always. And I think the rest of the region would do well to learn from them.
Yeah, okay. And I mean, Antigua and Barbuda is a small state,
Yes.
108 square miles.
Yes.
I want to always make the point, Barbados is 166, okay? Dominica is 500 plus, okay? It's not a small island. Again, thank you, Garfield, for joining us and giving us that particular perspective. All right. Now, we did say this morning that we would do things in a particular order, but I think we need to make the adjustments and let everybody know what's happening. We were going to share with you an interview that I conducted in Jamaica recently with PJ Patterson, who of course was present when the treaty was signed, and I also have a long interview, 90 minutes, with the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. We're going to work out exactly what the rescheduling is, but let me tell you that the next ceremony is at 11 o'clock our time in Port of Spain, and that is where the tributes will be conducted to the Caribbean community from none other than the heads of state and heads of institutions. So I think this is a perfect time. We're going to connect with Haiti as well through the Miami Herald correspondent, Jacqueline Charles, who has been on the ground now for a very long time. She's been awarded for her coverage of the situation in Haiti, and we'd like to connect with her because she's got a tight schedule today because it's July 4th and it's independence in the United States. But she's going back and forth between Port of Spain, Miami and Port-au-Prince, and covering the situation there quite extensively, getting into the heart of the country from time to time. There's so much going on in Haiti, and we have a responsibility, of course, to be aware or deepen our understanding of the Haitian situation. They're a member of the Caribbean community. I know some people have some reservations about Haitians coming into other Caribbean territories, and that has been a bugbear for the Haitians themselves, many of whom are really trying to get out of the country because of the conditions, and they're trying to get to the United States and so on. So you have to understand that refugee status situation, which has bedeviled us. Same thing with Venezuela, for instance.
Yes, same
right?
thing.
So
Haiti for much longer.
And Haiti here, right? Okay. So that's the way it is. But let me remind people: one, we've had the morning ceremonies with the flag raising, and we've also had the tree planting
and the time capsule.
And the time capsule. So those are three very important things that were on the agenda today. And then later on,
we have a cultural show because, of course, you know, we love to party, and we have to show our very wide range of cultural expression throughout the region, and that's what the ceremony later, the program should capture.
The gala at the Napa.
The gala. event.
Tell our audience about the Napa, those who haven't been to Trinidad.
Well, it is our signature performing arts center. It's a National Academy for Performing Arts, and there's a southern version of it in South Trinidad. Oh, this camera. Yes, and so it is located very near the Queen's Park Savannah. It's in the heart of Port of Spain, really, and it's where many of those kinds of shows now take place. And so it's no real question. There's no question as to why that venue has been chosen. It's state of the art. And we expect to see many visitors there later, including the people who've come to Trinidad and Tobago for this celebration, as well as many locals. And we expect to have school children there as well, Julian, as we do on these occasions. And so this is meant to be a highlight, a high point of this commemoration of 50 years of Caricom.
If Byron Blake is still with us, I want to bring him in very quickly before we go to PJ Patterson, the former Jamaica Prime Minister. Byron, are you still with us? All right, so we're gonna bring Byron Blake in. Again, my thanks to Byron for the grounding that he's provided for me, and by extension yourselves.
Yes.
We've shared all this because Peter Patterson is an amazing gentleman and a distinguished public servant and a prime minister, and his contribution. I know that he may feel that we don't pay enough due to his contribution to this Caribbean integration movement, but when you talk to Byron Blake and you talk to him, you understand how important his contribution is. So Byron, let me bring you back in here before we roll the first part of the interview I conducted with PJ Patterson. You know the man well.
Yes, but I'm not going to right now comment on him or on him. I want to just pick up a couple more points on what has happened this morning.
Yes.
Go right ahead, Byron. And just to go back to the meetings of CARICOM and Chagaramos. The inaugural meeting, as I said, was in Chagaramos. That was 73. First meeting was at the conference was in St. Lucia, 74. Second meeting was in St. Kitts, December 75. The Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, who had proposed some key initiatives, did not attend that meeting. So there was a special meeting in Trinidad and Tobago, not at Chagaramos, in April of 1976. And that meeting made some very, very important decisions. For example, that's where they established the Regional Food Plan and the Caribbean Food Corporation, the Caribbean Travelers Checks. I don't know that people know that we had a single currency at one time, the form of the Caribbean Travelers Check. And also the whole issue of a clearing mechanism for trade within CARICOM, so you minimize the use of the US dollar. But after that April meeting, there was no meeting again of the conference until November of 1972. That meeting was in Ocho Rios, Jamaica. When that meeting was coming to an end, there was a question as to when they would meet again. And Forbes Burnham suggested that they should meet in July of 83, because that would have been the 10th anniversary of the signing. So that was agreed. But where should we meet? Somebody said, in Guyana. Burnham retorted, Chagaramos is not in Guyana. So there was a decision that the 10th anniversary would be celebrated at Chagaramos in Trinidad and Tobago. Another aspect of that decision, and so as not to have the gap in meetings of the conference, was the decision that the conference would meet in regular session every year in July and it had to be timed to include July the 4th. So whatever the dates and whatever the days are, you have to arrange this regular meetings of conference to be in July and to include July the 4th. So that has gotten us onto the rigor, where every year since you have had meetings in July, except I think it was in 1990 when it was to be in Jamaica, and the Prime Minister Michael Manley was not well, and the meeting was then postponed for him to get well. By beginning of September, he wasn't well, and they said, "Well, let's go ahead with the meeting." And PJ Patterson, who was then the deputy, was the person who actually chaired that meeting. So he began chairing meetings of CARICOM heads even before he was prime minister. It was about 2 years afterwards. I want to make one other comment on this morning.
Byron, just let me hold you right there because you've made such a great transition to PJ Patterson. But I've got somebody else online that I want to bring in before we go to the PJ Patterson because they're on a tight deadline right now. And that's Jacqueline Charles of the Miami Herald, who I said earlier has been really the linchpin of Miami Herald's coverage of the situation in Haiti. And she's got let's bring her in right now before we go back to have Byron Blake help us introduce us to the interview with PJ Patterson. Jacqueline, good morning, bonjour. I don't know. I know you're very much English like myself, and but she's able, of course, to she's got the command of the language. She's been significant in terms of not just Miami coverage because I remember her coming down to Antigua and Barbuda when the Malvo shooting, etc. I call it the Malvo shooting, where that young man was encouraged by an older man to go on a shooting spree in Washington D.C. And so on. So she came down. I was at the Antigua Observer at the time, and we hosted her as she covered that particular story. She's been up and around all over the Caribbean covering the major developments, but in recent years, Haiti has really been the big story, and nobody's covered it like her.
Oh no, and she's been so supportive of Caribbean journalists
yes,
as well. She's made herself very available, accessible to all of us. I've interviewed her a couple of times also. And
so she's accessible now. Morning, Jacqueline. How are you doing?
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
You are in the bowels of the newsroom of the Miami Herald?
Something like that, but I am working even though it's a public holiday.
Right. The life of media.
Yeah, well, since COVID, we're all working from home, and I have no complaints. It's amazing that it took a pandemic in order for your bosses to realize that one, you're trustworthy enough to work from home. But the other reality is, I think when you work from home, you work harder and longer. So.
Jackie, before you get into the Haitian story, I want just to tell people where you're from and how long you've been on that job there at Miami Herald, etc.
So I am originally from Turks and Caicos, born in Turks Island. I am a proud, you call a Haitian Turks Islander. My mother is from Haiti. My father's from Turks and Caicos, and I was born in Turks and Caicos and lived there until we migrated to the U.S. with my white Cuban American stepfather. And I've been at the Miami Herald since I was a 14-year-old intern. And so I like to tell people that my present job, which is covering Haiti and the rest of the region, it went from, hey, can you go, to you gotta go. But even as an intern, I would make phone calls for reporters and photographers who were trying to talk to somebody in Haiti. I would translate for them because they didn't speak Creole. And then when I graduated from college, University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, I was basically covering Miami's, predominantly Black and poor neighborhoods. And, I always said I wanted to be the Caribbean correspondent at Miami Herald, but honestly, when the job actually came open after Don Boning, a lot of people in the region know when he retired, I didn't go for the job. I actually was enjoying what I was doing at the time. I was covering, education, and I was covering the local, Caribbean community in South Florida. But yeah, so I've been doing this for quite a long time.
All right. So the why I was anxious to have you join us, Jacqueline, is that in terms of the Caribbean community, Haiti was not in there early, but it certainly was a determination that we should have Haiti in the grouping. I think particularly because of I think Ardeen was talking to me about it yesterday, the historical importance of Haiti in the drive for our independence,
yes,
based on their independence drive.
Yes, of course, in 1804. Yeah, well, we know the significance of Haiti to the anti-colonial, anti-slavery movement all over this part of the world, all over this hemisphere. And so, in addition to what they have provided us as far as inspiration goes, and not just us in the English-speaking Caribbean, I'm talking about the Spanish-speaking region as well, I think there is a sense that we owe this debt of gratitude to our Haitian brothers and sisters. And then, of course, I mean, intellectually, Haiti has also provided so much for the region in terms of its writers, its politicians, its political thought. I think symbolically, it's so important to have them be represented at the level of Caricom, but also to see us engage them more meaningfully. And I think this is where maybe part of the struggle is for ordinary Caribbean citizens, understanding, well, where exactly does Haiti fit in? We understand symbolically, politically, what they represent, but how do we incorporate, how do we have a meaningful relationship and exchange with this this important presence in the region?
And this is where go ahead, Jackie.
First, let me say, this was really a drive of PJ Patterson, and he is to be commended and credited because he's the one that really led the charge for Haiti, being part of Caricom. And I think one of the biggest problems and obstacles has been that as Caribbean people, we don't know our own history. And that is where I've always felt very blessed to be in the position that I am, because I grew up in the English-speaking Caribbean. That is my culture. That is, my mother didn't speak Creole to me as a child. I learned Creole, on my own. But one of the things that she did was I was in Haiti with her every couple of months, visiting the country, meeting my relatives. And I remember just recently one day, my mother says, well, when did you get so Haitian? Because this was not in her in her planning. When you have kids who are bicultural, there's always one parent who's often more influential than another. If you ask me where's home, I tell you home is TI, Turks Island. But what I find when I go through the region is that we don't know our history. We don't know, for instance, at the start of the Haitian Revolution, that it was a slave named Bookman who was from, Jamaica, that started that call, that started that ceremony, that lit the fire. We don't know about, 1802, that it was the experience of Guadeloupe and Napoleon basically putting them back into slavery, that had, these slaves in Haiti and former slaves fearful that they were going to go back into chains, that they were free before, 1804, but there was this whole fighting that was going on, and then the experience of Martinique where the British was. I always find that I think that that's part of the frustration that I have even when I go to Caricom meetings, is that when we hear our leaders, they talk about this Haiti of 1804 and it's revered, but yes, nobody wants to sort of talk about the Haiti today. And, we can talk about this later, but whenever there be issues that would come up, they always want to put an asterisk on exclusion. When we talk about free movement of people, it's like, well, we wanted Haiti in because they represent about 12 million people, but do we want 12 million people, freely moving, through the region? And I think that is the major challenge for Caricom today. It's like, how do you truly integrate Haiti as part of this conversation and as part of the benefits that we are trying to bring on the rest of the region?
I want to give people, Jacqueline, a sense of your challenges in covering Haiti? Because you're not just covering Port-au-Prince, right?
It's very difficult today. I was just in Haiti 2 weeks ago. I left from I was in the Bahamas with Kamala Harris and Caricom leaders, and I was in Jamaica with PM Holness and the Imminent Persons Group and the 50 Haitian political and civic leaders. And then I literally was in Miami for one day, and I had to travel to Haiti. One, I had a death in the family, and then I also came into Port-au-Prince. And honestly, it was like night and day. So I'm in the north, Cape Haitian, which is the second largest city. It's where the Republic was born. And, you're walking freely, and I'm taking pictures, and I'm basically being a tourist, and I'm in the outskirts, and, you're seeing the suffering, you're seeing the challenges, but without the problems of the insecurity of the gang violence that has, captured the capital. When I went into Port-au-Prince, I have to tell you that, normally I don't scare easily, but it is a very scary time to be there. And it's scary because of how volatile and how quickly things can change. I had two friends of mine who they came and met me, and I got a hotel near the airport because I really didn't think I was going to be comfortable enough to be driving through the streets of the capital to go to like Pitchville, which is like, the burbs, where a lot of the restaurants and some of the hotels are. And so when we got there, I was like craving a particular meal. So I said, okay, I'm a little comfortable, so let's go to the Caribbean Hotel, which is at the bottom of Pitchville. And when you're driving in the streets, I mean, the traffic was out. It was a Sunday. The streets were blocked. People were having block parties. There were graduations that were happening. And I said, my God, if you get an outsider who were to just plop them in here right now, they would say, what problems do you have? Kidnappings, gang violence? What are you talking about? People are out. People are enjoying life, right? But then literally the next day, down the street from where my hotel is, near the U.S. Embassy, the place was on fire. Gunshots were going all day. Gangs were shooting. Police were running an operation. There was a kidnapping that had taken place. And that's the thing with Haiti, that you don't know where you're going to be in the wrong place in the wrong time. Sometimes it's just going to a grocery store. Children today, I mean, that's the thing that hits me the most, because I've seen so much death and destruction that, you can come across as being sort of very icy because you don't show emotion. But I remember earlier this year, I was, in Haiti with Dennis O'Brien, founder of Digicel, and we went to visit a school. And I cried because I'm looking at these children. And as we were leaving, the head of Dennis's foundation was asking, okay, we're going, does anybody have any requests? And the kids were like, yeah, a doll, a toy airplane, a this, or that. It were all toys, right? And these are kids that could be in any school in the region. And then, but when I thought about what it takes for those children to come to school every morning, what it takes for them to go home, and the new reality on top of that, which is that their parents don't get a break for 8 hours because now gangs are coming into the schools. They're chasing kids out of the schools. They're shooting, and kids are having to go on the ground for cover. Young girls are getting raped or having babies. This is the reality that kids are being subjected to. And that's the difficulty. There's the logistics in terms of being able to get around and getting to talk to the real people, the everyday people who don't have access to us, to tell their stories, to talk about the difficulties of life in a place where more than almost half the population is going hungry, in need of some sort of humanitarian assistance. Over 160,000 have been forced, out of their homes by gangs. People are getting poor because of these kidnappings, which, are ransom, and rarely does anybody get out because they didn't pay a ransom or the police released them. And those are the stories that I feel that as a journalist, I feel like come up short in terms of you struggle to get those real voices in the story. Because, again, you're driving down the street and you don't know where it's going to turn on you.
So
that's a very comprehensive overview of what you've been covering. I mean, I'm sorry you feel like, you've been coming up short, but I think just being able to capture that for us in the rest of the region, I think it gives us a very different perspective hearing it from you, Jacqueline, than reading about it, you know. But I know that you mentioned you were in Jamaica recently for that meeting. Can you tell us a little bit about that and how it went?
So yeah, so the other challenge of covering Haiti, and I think what people don't often realize is they always want to simplify it and they don't understand how complicated things are. And what you see is not always what you get. And I always go back to a U.S. Diplomat once, and it was during the days of Aristide, and I remember him saying to me, here's how Haiti goes. You and I are looking at a car coming down the street, and I say, what color is it? You say it's red, I say it's white. We're both wrong and we're both right. And I always remember that, because that's always a challenge as a journalist, is that you peeling back the layers, the onions. It doesn't always make the story, but it's in order for you to know where to go, where to take the story, where you're going to step on those landmines. So, you know, the first thing with the meeting in Jamaica, let's start with the fact that the invitation letters went out in English. I know that the official language of CARICOM is English, but they also decided a few years ago that they were going to include French and Dutch. And so you're inviting me to an event at your place, and you put it in a language that I probably don't even speak. So there was that assumption that everybody speaks English. Then there was the questions that I was hearing from other folks, and I had it myself, was in terms of this list of Haitian leaders and civic folks. Who came up with this list? And I felt that the list turned up short, and it was very overrepresentative for Port-au-Prince. And there were people that, you know, are leaders in their regions and have sort of the some sort of effect on the population, and they were not part of that, you know, discussion. We saw that Milan Maniga, who was very much a nationalist and a constitutional expert, and she's part of this tripod council of transition that the prime minister has put together, that she declined to go. And one of the reasons for that was that she tried to have a similar discussion in Port-au-Prince, these roundtable discussions about security and issues that she thought that Haitians could agree on regardless of where they stood politically. And a lot of people didn't show up, primarily folks of political parties, some of the same people who were going to Jamaica. So, you know, Haiti is a very sensitive place when it comes to perception. And I think that, and it's not to take away from what CARICOM and Prime Minister Holness was trying to do, but it requires some work on the front end. Going into Jamaica, I think that it was a little tense in the beginning. You know, the prime minister gave a speech that he was not there to take sort of orders or or to come up with a new accord. And again, I think that was part of sort of a miscommunication on somebody's part. I don't know where, but that did not help in terms of setting the tone. What you did come out of with Jamaica was the fact that you were able to get these people all in a room, which I've been saying for the last couple of years, that you need to get them all in a room. So that way everybody hears the same thing and nobody tries to play politics after the meeting because they're trying to turn around what was said or what wasn't said. So, you know, it's an admirable start. I mean, we will see where this is going to go, but am I optimistic in terms of this idea that Haitians are going to come up with a quote unquote Haitian-led solution? You know, look, today Haitians do have the destiny of their future in their hands. They do have the ability to decide. But I keep saying, can we get back to 1802? You know, 1802, right before the launch of the revolution, the final part of the revolution, you know, you had Dessalines, you had Toussaint, you had all these great Haitian leaders, founding fathers of the nation. They were fighting for different sides. You know, you had some who were fighting with the French. You had the people who were still enslaved who were fighting for freedom. You know, it was divided. And then the minute Napoleon decided that he was going to put Haitians back in shackles, they came together. Why? Because they identified a common enemy and came around that. And they were able to put their heads together to do that. And so, and as soon as it was over, they went their separate ways, and Dessalines was supposedly killed by, one of the leaders that he had befriended. So I think we have to take into account Haiti's history, and I think that people need to say, okay, if we can't get everybody on board, in a country where there's over 200 political parties, then what do you do? Because the average Haitian, you have a population, most of them have not known a functioning democracy because they were born after the fall of the dictatorship, and they don't really believe in the power of their vote and the power of this thing we call democracy. So but yet they're suffering, and they need governance, and they need good governance, and they need an end to impunity. They need to believe in their future. They need to be able to see a future. So whether you're Caricom, you're the US, you're France, and you say that you care about this country, how do we break away from the politics and figure out how do we work with institutions, and how do we work to get the population to where they need to be, to where they take charge of their destiny?
Jacqueline, you kind of anticipated my question by answering it just now, because I was going to ask you, and I still will ask you, a lot of Caribbean people hesitate. I don't suppose hesitate is the word. They don't see us having the ability to help Haiti. Do the Haitians feel similarly?
I think what's happened with Haiti is that, I think the Secretary General of Caricom said it of the UN said it yesterday. It's been a victim of exploitation, dictatorship, you name it. And I think that Haitians will welcome a new kid on the block, so to speak. I mean, remember, in 2004, with the whole issue with Aristide, after the OAS went into Haiti, and how many visits by UNAUDI, and could not get Haitians to come to an agreement. Caricom stepped in under the leadership of PJ Patterson, and they were able to, and to get an agreement. And they got an agreement on Aristide, and then, we know that story, which I will be writing about next week again to remind people about what happened there. But the reality was that Caricom did play an important role, in that. And you did have Aristide who went to those meetings and was open and agreed to a deal put together by Caricom. So I think that Caricom can do this. I think that, Haitians need to stop feeling like they're the exception in the region and they're the pariah, in that, they need to be revered because of their history. Yes, had it not been for Haiti's independence, a lot of us would have been enslaved a lot longer. France is the only country to get rid of slavery 3 times before they finally got it right. Most people don't know that. And the reason why Haiti had to pay reparations, and the United States did not recognize Haiti's independence until Abe Lincoln and the Emancipation Proclamation, because they were afraid that this burst for freedom was basically going to make its way to the plantations of the South of the United States, and even the British reacted. So it's not a debt; it's just a reality of the situation. And I think today, if we can show Haitians that we are interested in you. We're interested in you finding stability, not because of our fear about your crisis coming to us, but because you are Black like us, you are Caribbean like us. We share similar histories, and we are neighbors. I think we can make inroads, and I think it's also important for people in the region, including those who want to help, to learn this country's history and not try to sort of force our experience or our opinions on them. I think anytime you go into a negotiation, you have to be open, you have to be willing, but you also have to be willing to learn. And let me just say this, one of the issues, me being half and half, and one of the things that I do find, in addition to my non-Haitian side, knowing Haiti's history and seeing Haiti through one particular lens, is I think we need to also tackle our own prejudices that we have. Depending on where we are in the region, we have a certain view of Haitians, of Jamaicans, of Guyanese. I think we need to get past that. We need to get over that and genuinely figure out how we really can be just, one Caribbean nation and understand that we all have the same challenges. It's just a matter of scale. There's poverty in Jamaica, there's poverty in Haiti, there's inequality in Jamaica, there's inequality. I mean, it was just little bit over 10 years ago where I was much more comfortable going to Haiti than I was going to Jamaica because of the gang issue, in Jamaica. And look at how things have changed in just a decade.
Thank you so much for making that point and for that clarion call, Jacqueline, and for grounding, giving us that context for what we're seeing today. And I think you said it very well. We don't know our history. Learning Haiti's history is part of it, and learning the entire history of the region is absolutely essential, I think, to connecting us to even the value of an institution like Caricom. So thank you very much for your work and for your contribution here this morning.
Thank you very much, Jackie.
Thank you, guys.
Look forward to seeing you in our part of the world. All right. Let me remind everybody, we are live on CNC3. We're live on stations across the television and radio networks of the region. We're streaming on CaribbeanBridges.com. And we're sharing with you what we consider most important on this Caricom Day. You'll notice we've adjusted some things, but you'll understand that based on how the events have rolled, we have made the adjustments. And for good measure, we promise you that we will share with you the interview I conducted with P.J. Patterson, the former Prime Minister of Jamaica, who was present for the signing of the treaty at Chaguaramas. We've also got that extended interview with the Trinidad and Tobago Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley. I think the way things are going, we're going to fill the time up to when they're ready to do the tributes live from the Hyatt Regency. And then everything else will fall after that. So you'll get all of P.J. Patterson. We were going to only do half hour and then so on and so on. But let me assure you, you'll get the full 50 plus minutes of P.J. Patterson and then the 1 hour and 20 minutes of the Trinidad Tobago Prime Minister. So we got that. But we still got one more connection to make. So we're going to do that after this. Look at the schedule of the planned celebrations continuing for the rest of the year, and not just a calendar year for Caricom 50. So here we are then, continuing our special coverage on this Caricom Day. If you're just joining us, happy Caricom Day. I'm Julian Rogers in Port of Spain, Trinidad, the historic city where the Treaty of Chaguaramas was signed back in 1973. And this 50th anniversary gives us an opportunity to look back, but most importantly, to look forward to the prospects for the Caribbean community. I'm joined by Ardeen Sirju, broadcaster and journalist here in Trinidad and Tobago. Very happy to have you join us in this particular experience. So we're going to make one more connection.
Yes, before we go to our interviews this morning. And we're going to be linking up now with Barbados. We have Tisha Hines out of Barbados. She hosts the Good Morning Barbados show with CBC.
Yeah.
Tisha, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yeah, she's gonna coming up. We connected with her earlier, but she's had to go and park.
Oh.
in the interest of honesty and openness here.
Got it.
But she's coming up. any second now.
And,
and we're connected with her for good reason.
Yes.
Barbados is the center of many of the institutions. Go ahead.
Definitely. And they were also one of the founding signatories to the Treaty of Chaguaramas back in 1973. And of course, they have the rock star Prime Minister of the Caribbean.
I'm going to keep quiet on this point.
Many of us, and I know many younger people as well, embrace her as such here in Trinidad and Tobago, and I know certainly across the region. She's in high demand. She really does, I think, for many people, symbolize what the energy people want to see behind Caribbean leadership. And people make a lot of time for her, to listen to her. And so it's important, I think, for us to get a Barbados perspective on what is happening here in Trinidad and Tobago today on Caricom Day, 50 years on.
And as you say today, and let me remind people that this program is going out live on CNC3 in Port of Spain, and also on their newest radio station of the Guardian Media Group, which is Freedom 106.5 FM.
And good morning to all of you tuning in to us. Still morning, yes?
Yes,
okay.
It's still morning. It's still morning. It's still morning. And of course, across the region, thanks to our connection with the Caribbean Media Corporation out of Bridgetown, Barbados, who distributed this program to all of the radio and television stations in the region. And I have to say a special thank you to the team at Riveting as well, Riveting Media, who are really responsible for the distribution as well. And to our friends who are also following us on CBX, which is the Caribbean business channel operated by the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
So basically we're everywhere.
We're everywhere. We're like Punka. Oh, you don't know that?
Oh, what?
Right. Punka is a musician and entertainer in Barbados.
Okay.
He plays drums and fife. And we say, the term in Barbados is, if you're everywhere, you know how you say salt, you like salt
yes,
and everything?
Yes.
Well, in Barbados, they say, you Punka. You're like Punka, you're everywhere.
All right. I think I prefer salt.
If you met Punka, you would forget about the salt.
Okay, I'm open to being convinced.
You're open this way. But the Barbados connection as well is the many institutions headquartered in Barbados. Right? So you've got the Caribbean Development Bank, which is one of the associate institutions of CARICOM. You've got Caribbean Export there as well. All right? And you have the CSME office in Bridgetown, Barbados, the Caribbean Single Market and Economy. And I want to say good morning to the team there.
And it's one of the points we've been trying to drive home. Yes, CXC as well. Yeah. Trying to drive home, which is that there are a number of institutions that operate on a daily basis that most of us are not aware of because they don't we don't see how they affect our daily lives. But there are many decisions taken at the level of CARICOM that would allow for these institutional arrangements to take effect, to be implemented and take form, as whether it's CARFA.
Yeah, and I think the simple term for that is functional cooperation.
Yes.
Which is the real foundation of the Caribbean community.
Yes, and it's one of the pillars on which it was founded.
We have a list.
We do. Extensive.
Extensive list, whether they're full institutions or associate institutions. So when we talk about, so we can tell you that the Caribbean Meteorology Organization is one of them. So the whole matter of managing weather. The hydrology and metrology people are there as well in Barbados. So we talk about the Caribbean Examinations Council. And we got CARDI, with the people with agriculture. We got the Telecommunications Union. SEDIMA is there.
SEDIMA.
Right, dealing with disasters. We got a Standards Bureau as well. Fisheries Mechanism, there in St. Vincent, by the way. Caribbean Implementation and Crime, which is here in Trinidad. The CARICOM Development Fund as well, which is based in Barbados. You got the Caribbean Aviation Safety and Security Oversight System as well. The CARFA, which you talked about just now. You got the Caribbean Agriculture, Health and Food Safety Agency, which is very important in a twin, so to speak, with CARFA.
Yes.
Right,
yes.
And the agriculture sector. Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. You've got the CDB, Caribbean, and then there are associate institutions who all fall under the umbrella. The Caribbean Development Bank, you've got the Caribbean Congress of Labor, you've got the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, we talked a lot about that, the Caribbean Law Institute and Center, UWI, University of Ghana, everybody calls that UG, the Council for Legal Education, the Caricom private sector organization.
Very important.
Which is very important, the latest in there. You got Caribbean Export Development Agency again in Barbados. You got Organization of Tax Administrators, the CTO, Caribbean Tourism, Regional Security Systems, which is very, very important for us because they get mobilized recently in St. Lucia, before that in Dominica after the hurricanes, etc. All right, so we set the scene then for Tisha.
She's here.
Yeah, she's there.
All right, good morning, Tisha. Welcome.
Good morning, and thank you so much. It certainly is wonderful to join you, albeit this way. I would have been more than happy to join you in Trinidad. So wonderful to see that we can celebrate our beautiful Caribbean together.
Well, you'll probably be more dry the way you are now because it's raining in Trinidad very heavily. We're under a yellow level alert, but it's a pleasure to be here with you, Tisha. Tell us, what is the significance of Caricom Day and the 50th anniversary to you?
Most certainly for me, Caricom, is an organization comprised of our 15 member states, established all this while ago. And for people who have not been necessarily around for the official signing of it, I think what has come of Caricom, or what we've come to learn about Caricom, fostering unity, economic development, all of the social progress among the member nations over the past 5 decades that Caricom has been around, has really played a pivotal role in shaping our destiny, because it has played a role in shaping the Caribbean's destiny. Everything from promoting regional cooperation and advocating for the interests of the people on the global stage. All of that, we definitely have benefited from and will continue to benefit from in the future. So for me, Caricom has been really central in all of who we are as Caribbean people.
And do you have a sense that the significance of this occasion is resonating with the citizens of Barbados?
It most certainly is. It's not lost on us. I heard you guys going through the long list of institutions that are headquartered here in Barbados, and of equal importance, each of them. We could talk about their individual contribution, but having them here on the ground in Barbados makes all the difference. And I believe our leaders, we've been blessed with leaders who have been at the forefront of leading Caribbean integration, the leaders who have shared their views for bringing our region together. And that has led Barbadians to the place where we truly believe that we are better together. So when it comes to talking about Caricom, I feel like the vast majority of Barbadians are definitely on board. Many Barbadians work here at the various institutions as well. And because many of them are headquartered in Barbados, we are constantly in the know and in step with what they're doing. So even if Barbadians are not fully aware, and this might only be younger Barbadians, of exactly what Caricom is, what Caricom has done, and what it means for us, they most certainly know of these institutions that lend to the overall picture of what Caricom is and how it helps to shape the region.
And do you see, in terms of the evolution of Caricom and young people, do you see young people really buying into Caricom?
I think young people have bought into Caricom even more than some of our elders, because Caricom initially, I think it was, a big idea, maybe even building on things like the Federation and so on. So our leaders, who were visionary, all of them across the region, they had this idea of what they wanted the Caribbean to look like, what they wanted our Caribbean to be. And but they weren't quite there yet in terms of people working together, the movement across the Caribbean, the cooperation that we've seen over the years, companies setting up all across the region. But we now have that in the example of companies like Massey and the like, Williams Industries and Goddard's and so on, that have been able to set up companies to serve us across the region. And for that reason, I think the younger people understand how necessary it is to be able to move across the region and have equal opportunities, not only in their respective territories, but certainly across the region. Even if we talk about the University of the West Indies and the movement in that, in terms of what the university offers in its various campuses and so on, certainly our young people who've been a part of that educational institution understand fully what it is all about and appreciate what it can do. If I can bring the example, for example, of our late Prime Minister, Owen Seymour Arthur. He went to school in Jamaica, was able to get a job in Jamaican bauxite, and that really set him up for the type of leader he was when he came back to Barbados. And that really is the story of many of our leaders. Many of our young executives right now have worked in some other part of the region, are back here in Barbados and bringing what they've learned, or vice versa. Lots of people from different Caribbean islands work here in Barbados, and then they're able to go back home and share that knowledge and experience. So yes, I feel like younger people truly understand and appreciate what Caricom means for us.
So, I get the sense from our colleague in Antigua and Barbuda as well that people do recognize the importance of immigration and that freedom of movement, and we recognize the benefits that it brings economically as well. But do you also sense that there's also a backlash to it? And particularly in Barbados, where, as Trinidadian, I would say, we are maybe a little more sensitive to how some Barbadians respond to Trinidad business, for instance. And there are these tensions, maybe seething a little below the surface regarding how that takes place, the big fish in the small pond. How do you feel we're straddling those both realities, and particularly in the context of Barbados?
And don't mention fish.
Well, that's
exactly.
Well,
we leave fish out of
reality. Well, we must mention fish if we talk about it. Now you mentioned that, Julian. And let me just mention that was all brought up by your counterparts. Yeah, but beyond that, yes, there are tensions. If you move across the United States, there are federal laws that govern them, and then there are other parochial laws that various states, so state law. Obviously, we won't agree on everything, but I think sometimes Barbados gets a bad name when it comes to embracing the rest of the region. Dare I say there is no true merit to that, because as you move across the length and breadth of the University of the West Indies, for example, how many Trinidadians have studied here in Barbados and stayed on to live? I mean, I have many friends whom I met at the University of the West Indies Cape Hill campus who have stayed here and worked and who live here. The same with Jamaicans. And many Caribbean people from all across the region. So I think a lot of the times as media people, we have to be careful what we share and how we share it, because we tend to amp up the voices of a vocal few, where the evidence shows that the majority of people are really happy to be a part of this grand Caribbean scheme and to share and learn and to be with each other. And I think what would help with what we're struggling with is cheaper travel, because I'm sure you see the many Barbadians who take part in Carnival in Trinidad and now Jamaica. So anything to do with the region, I think Barbadians are gung-ho about it. But as is the case with every country you come across, even in countries like the United States and the United Kingdom and even Europe, sometimes when people feel like there's a proliferation of one thing, you might have an outcry. Sometimes there is merit to it, but I think generally we've been able to show that working together as a region, the end game really is that we all benefit. So that's a vocal few that we hear from a lot of the times, not necessarily the majority of Barbadians who feel that way. And I'm sure the same is that way for Trinidad as well.
Yes, of course. I think it's really important to say that because we are here 50 years on, and we talked about that earlier. In spite of the struggles and the tensions, we are here. But I also think it's important to acknowledge that these are other realities that exist. You know, there's no single story to describe what the experience of being a Caribbean person in 2023 is, for sure. But it's important to acknowledge that there are differences and that they are not always easy issues to work out, you know, but the reality is we are committed to doing it.
The wonderful thing about that too, I fully agree with you. And the wonderful thing about that too is the differences that we have is what makes us, they're what make us so unique. So I believe that, you know, when we work through these difficulties, it makes us that much stronger as a region. And you're right, we do need to tackle some of them head on, which we often, you know, we often shy away from the difficult discussions. But I think generally, as I said, as is evidenced with all of these institutions that we've been talking about that are here in Barbados, you know, I dare say that the vast majority of people working at many of these institutions are not Barbadians. They're people from down the region. So when we talk about the Caribbean Development Bank, which is headquartered here in Wilde, just a stone's throw away from where we are here at the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation, you know, the CDB, established since 1970, has truly been really instrumental in providing financial and technical assistance to member countries, supporting projects, enhancing economic growth, reducing poverty across the region and stuff like that. And we have so many people who come into Barbados and are able to, you know, benefit from working for this company and share with the region through working with this company and a few of the others you talked about as we go through it. You know, the Office of Trade Negotiations, as you said, the CSME, the cornerstone really of regional integration is coordinated from the Secretariat right here in Warrens as well. So as I said in the opening piece, for people, for these institutions to be here, it means that we definitely must be having these conversations, maybe not as open or publicly as we should. And again, as people in the media, I think the onus really is on us to share a lot more about Caribbean integration, ask the difficult questions, you know, talk with each other about what we can do to truly realize in the next 50 years what we haven't in the past. But as is the case with every family, in every household, with every country, there will be challenges. The challenge then, or the task then rather, is to figure out how we can make the next 50 years even better and to help these organizations and by extension Caribbean people grow based on what we do.
It's interesting you lay that out. And I know we went through the list earlier of the institutions, and I know I'm going to get some licks from some people there in Barbados on Robert Street because I didn't list CARICAD, which of course is the institution that is responsible for giving us an improved public service, and Devon Rowe, who is the head man there, with his team, working with the biggest of challenges over the years, like every institution of the regional community. I think, Tisha, that over the year, we in the media could help Caricom sell the brand, so to speak, because we have so many institutions that people are aware of, but they're not aware that there's Caricom. You can talk, for instance, about SEDIMA, which is sitting down right there, that really is the first response and coordinator in times of disaster. And we've had such a great example, though a disaster, in terms of how we dealt with Dominica, for instance, Tisha.
Absolutely. And it really is a coordinated effort every time we think about it. Just last week, or week before last, when we had the tropical storm Brett passing through, you know, an example of SEDIMA in action. We're able to work directly with the disaster emergency management agencies, and the plans that are laid out, really, they're integral to what we do. They're included from the outset. They're part of what is happening as it is unfolding, and they're also a part of what happens after. So to have these institutions headquartered in Barbados and made so available to how we can plan for these natural disasters is very important, because as you would know, Barbados has been able to respond readily in short order to many of our Caribbean neighbors who needed us in different years during the hurricane season. And this is in part due to the relationship that we have with SEDEMA and many of the other member states as well.
You started, Tisha, you sent me back to Dominica and the storm times and the response. You know, it is, if we're able to show Caricom at work, that matter of the response to Dominica, where they were hit by 2 hurricanes back to back, is I think one of the best examples of reinforcing, one, the value of the functional corporation and the branding under CARICOM. Because SEDEMA, based in Barbados, prepositions material and so on in various territories, like Antigua, for instance, a hub, and that they're coordinating with the disaster offices in all the Caribbean territories. One, that's one response. But they also coordinate all the response that comes in from international agencies and other governments, so that the importance of having a central control in terms of response is very important. And that's where SEDEMA has proven to be one of the most valuable institutions this region has come up under CARICOM.
And I think especially now in the context of climate change
which
impacts,
is another
severe weather events, I think it becomes even more vital to have an institution like that and to understand how it works.
And as you talk about the weather, we talk about climate change, we have to talk about the 5 Cs,
yes,
which is based in Belize, but which is coordinated across the region.
Yes, and increasingly, and you hear all of the speeches touch on it at some point, Julian, over the past, yesterday and now today, because it is an existential issue for us in the Caribbean, composed mostly of small island developing states. We have a host of vulnerabilities, and so it really has become an urgent matter. Of course, Prime Minister Motley has prioritized it as such for the world, not just for us here in the region. And I think increasingly, I'm happy for all the speeches, but increasingly I hope we see more of this on the agenda, see it trickling down into more of the everyday conversation rather than the high level, because we're very good at the high level stuff. We are seeing the signals at those levels, but I think what we need to do now is actually, again, feel it on the ground.
Tisha, as Ardeen raises the name of Mia Motley, I have to ask you to share with us the understanding in Barbados what her role is as the leader in terms of the Prime Minister responsible for the Caribbean single market and economy. Is Tisha still with us?
Yes, I absolutely am.
Yes.
I think Barbadians understand who our leader is. And she just has a gravitas that really cannot be described in few words. She has an appeal because of her passion for very specific things, least of which is, seeing a Caribbean single market and economy. I think Barbadians understand who she is, what she brings to the table, and what she's about. And so we, for the most part, stand behind our leader in terms of what she's hoping to accomplish across the region and indeed across the world. As we've seen in the past few days, she's been able to bring Bridgetown to the world, and by extension, the Caribbean to the world, in something as major to us as financing, global financing, and how they look at small island developing states when they're in trouble. That's what the crux of the Bridgetown Initiative is all about. And she has been able to get these major agencies to stand on stages across the globe and proclaim that they agree for the first time with the Caribbean. Things like these signal major wins for the region, not only for Barbados, for the region, because we will all benefit from it. And Barbadians see that what her role has been and what her role will be in continuing to bring attention to our region in areas that we've not been able to garner the level of support that we need from the international community, and most certainly from the major countries around the world, to be able to truly see development in areas that matter.
Well, Tisha is the morning person on CBC Barbados. Good morning, Barbados. She's up very early every morning. How long have you been doing this now, Tisha?
Oh my goodness, you're trying to age me almost as long as Caricom has been in existence. Almost halfway.
What is the reaction to the holiday in Barbados, smack dab in the middle of crop over? The Caricom Day.
I think some people are saying, do we really need another holiday? But of course, generally across the island, the onus really is on us in the media and for the requisite business agencies to share what it's all about, to signal the importance of it. But like I told you, I think Barbadians have bought into CARICOM, what it is, what it means to us. And they truly are anxious to see what is on offer. And I'm sure you know that the current administration in Barbados, they want the Rolex, yes, the one with, all the diamonds in it. So it's going to be lots of pomp and ceremony. We're already preparing about a big celebration.
Okay. Tisha, thank you very much for joining us today, and happy Caricom Day to you. We got to go, and we're going to take a break here, but as we take the break, let me just say thank you to the viewers on CNC3 who are going to leave us right now, but we're staying, the team at Freedom 106.5 are going to stay with us, and so too our viewers and listeners across the Caribbean. And remember, we're continuing to stream on the CaribbeanBridges.com, so you won't miss anything. So that is where we are. This is special coverage as we celebrate Caricom Day, the 50th anniversary of Caricom.
Today, we at the Massey Group are filled with pride and admiration as we celebrate Caricom's 50th anniversary. It is an honor to salute this remarkable milestone and reflect on the profound impact that regional integration movement has had on our Caribbean community. Caricom, founded on the principles of unity, collaboration, and progress, has been instrumental in fostering cooperation among our nations. It has provided a platform for dialogue, exchange, and joint initiatives that have shaped the destiny of our region. As we commemorate CARICOM's 50th anniversary, we pay tribute to the visionaries and the leaders who championed this cause, paving the way for the Caribbean's growth and development. At the Massey Group, we recognize that our success is intrinsically linked to the vibrancy and resilience of the Caribbean community.
And here we are then with our special coverage on this Caricom Day. I'm Julian Rogers in Port of Spain, Trinidad, and we are determined that we will share with you the activities happening today. We certainly have done so and relayed to you wherever you are across the Caribbean and beyond the Caribbean, because I know that many people are watching us as we stream these developments in the celebration. The activities today include the tributes from heads of states and heads of institutions. If you were following us earlier, you know the rain came down, bucket a drop, out at the convention center at Chagaramas, where the flag raising and tree planting was conducted, and the burial of a time capsule. So the leaders have had to come back then in their convoys towards the Regency, and therefore we are about, 40 minutes behind the schedule, but don't worry about it. We ourselves are adjusting. I know that I keep saying that we're going to share with you PJ Patterson's interview and the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, but the way it is going, we will do these after the ceremonies at the Hyatt Regency, which we hope will start shortly. So when they get underway, we will certainly bring you the pictures provided by TTT, the Trinidad and Tobago Television, who of course have got the broadcast of choice position in this particular enterprise. Quite a morning.
Yes, it's been a hectic one. I'm so happy, thrilled even, that we've been able to connect with so many people across the region. Julian, that's really important to get the input of those correspondents. I think having a sense, especially for those of us in Trinidad and Tobago sometimes, having a sense of what people elsewhere are saying and their perspectives, how they're feeling about a day like today is really critical. And one thing we talked about earlier before we came on was the ways in which integration is happening that, again, may not be evident to everyone.
Right.
And one of those ways, I think, Julian, is through arts and culture.
Yeah.
Many of our cultural practitioners, our artists, are actually doing what Caricom is set up to do, you know, at the political level.
Right.
And while it may not appear to be that way, especially when we think about travel, etc., there's so many opportunities being created at a ground level between institutions, organizations, schools, etc., where people are getting that exposure, they're making those connections, there are exchanges happening even between the English and French-speaking Caribbean, Hispanophone Caribbean as well. I think we should not undervalue those, even though, again, they may go unseen. And much like the artistic community, I see it as well in civil society, because that's where people understand they have to come together to get their voices heard, to come up with policy sometimes, to come up with responses to policy sometimes that our governments need to hear from a regional community as opposed to an insular perspective from one country. And I think, again, there's so much value in that. When you think about strides being made across various sectors, there are regional women's organizations, there are regional LGBTQ organizations, there are a range of organizations now set up to support people, you know, who we may consider marginalized in one form or another. And the role of civil society in advancing some of these processes, even when we think about climate change, Julian, the concept of climate justice, the fact that this is about getting the voices of everybody in. Yeah. When we think about who is going to be most affected, who are these policies going to serve? How do you know that these policies are suitable for, and I mean, there's no one size fits all, of course, but it's important to get the views and input, and there are civil society organizations committed to that work regionally.
Which is so very important. You know what I like about the civil society organizations is the voluntarism.
Yes.
These are very committed people. Mm-hmm. They give their time, they give whatever resources they do have, and they work without any fanfare, which is really critical in this matter. It reminds me so much of, if we look back at the history of the Caribbean and this whole drive to integrate, mm-hmm. It's really not just about politicians.
No, it never has been. I mean, Black Stalin showed us that.
Right. So that in fact, somebody said to me, the Caribbean people are integrated, the politicians are not.
Yeah, they need to get on board.
Yes.
I completely agree. I mean, even when you think of disaster response, yes, there's SEDIMA, but then there are also local NGOs on the ground in every territory mobilizing. When Dominica, Bahamas, when these disasters happen, I know that that's where people turn to first to give supplies, to find out how they can help. And they have credibility, and they have their networks. They have vast networks in this region. When the earthquake in Haiti happened as well, the same thing happened. Particularly here in Trinidad and Tobago, there are a couple organizations that really stand out as exemplary when it comes to regional coordination of resources, human and otherwise.
The Catholic organization. Remind me the name.
Living Water
Living
Community.
Waters, yes.
Yeah. So I think when we think about Caricom, of course, again, there are the hindrances, you know, there are the obstacles around the technical side of things, but then there's so many gains that are happening, and there is that integration happening. There is the exchange and benefit at that level, at the ground level.
Fantastic. Well, we have another salute to Caricom before they go to the formal ceremony over the Hyatt. And this one comes from the Director General of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States. He's none other than St. Lucian, who used to be head of the CXC, by the way.
Ah.
Yes. So Dr. Didicus Jules, let's have him.
This year we celebrate the 50th anniversary of this common home that we call Caricom. It is a mansion of many rooms of different sizes with different capacities, but it is a home of our own in which the family of the Caribbean cohabit. As many dwellings built by the ambitious industrious, the House of Caricom was built over these 50 years, bit by bit, as an aspirational project of incremental construction. We have built in stages as resources and the consensus of the family permitted, but always maintaining a grand architectural vision of a house of splendor in which every child of the Caribbean can find a room of their own. We have always seen it as the grandest expression of the unity of our civilization, which is enriched by the things that differentiate us. Our Caribbean has been at the confluence of civilizations, and we have been at the geographic intersection of empire, and this has made our common home unique. As the famed Jamaican educator, Professor Errol Miller, once asserted, and I quote, "We West Indians are a remarkable people. We are African without tribe, Europeans without class, Indians without caste, and Chinese without dynasty." We salute and celebrate this 50th anniversary, proud of the progress in the construction of this communal house. Even with the grandest architectural plan, a house built over time, through incremental construction, will experience cracks and weaknesses that need to be addressed and adjustments made to solidify the structure. The OECS, as a wing of the Caricom mansion, remains committed to the refurbishment of its wing in the conviction that every effort on the part of each member of the Caribbean family will ultimately strengthen that bigger mansion of our own civilization. Happy 50th anniversary, Caricom, and here's to the acceleration of our common ambition.
And there we are then. Thank you very much, Dr. Didicus Jules from his office in Castries, St. Lucia. I reached out to his office to say that we needed to get this salute. And he was on the road and came back, and I got this phone call, and he said, "Julian, why so late?" And I said, I can't help it. Everything is running very late. So I'm very grateful for him for having provided the message, because it's important. And I like the language he used about this is a house with many rooms.
Yes. And what do you think of the OECS as a wing in the Caricom mansion?
You have to, if you understand if we go back to Federation collapsing, so to speak, and what happened, the famous Dr. Harry Williams arithmetic, 1 from 10 leaves nothing, when Jamaica opted out after the referendum. So what was left then was all the other states trying to decide, well, where do we go from here? So Trinidad went to independence, and of course subsequently Guyana was not part of that grouping, but they also went to independence. So the thing was that you had a grouping. Everybody talked about the MDCs and the LDCs, the major developed countries and the less developed countries.
Yes.
What were the less developed countries to do?
Get their act together,
Well,
which they did.
at one point it was supposed to be Barbados and the rest of the Eastern Caribbean. And in fact, Barbados at one point was part of the currency union until they opted to go and set up their own Bajan dollar, a 2-to-1. But then the other territories, we're talking about St. Vincent, St. Lucia, Dominica, Grenada, St. Kitts, and Antigua and Barbuda, formed this OECS. And in essence, the currency union that they already had was really the heart of what can clearly be regarded as one of the strongest currencies in the region. They've been 270 to the US dollar ever since. It's never changed. All right? But they have also spent a lot of time fashioning elements of the Caribbean community under the OECS.
Which is much easier to do at a smaller scale. And when you're not dealing with the big fish of the region, I think. I think that must have contributed a whole lot to their success.
Because they're similar in economies and sizes and whatever else and so on.
Yeah.
But they also had a long history working together.
Yes.
Which is very important in that context.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the OECS, I think, is, while sometimes there were some situations where they say, okay, Barbados and Guyana and Trinidad and so on and Jamaica, you go ahead, you go to the next stage. We'll wait our turn. And they got reasons for that from time to time, you know. And there's provision in both the Caricom and in the OECS arrangement where a country can ask for a waiver and say, look, I'm not ready to implement that particular element in this integration exercise. I'll come to it. Antigua did ask for that at one point because Antigua had been accepting a lot more people from the rest of the Caribbean and was already practicing freedom of movement in a way that, you know, that other countries did not do for one reason or another. So the OECS, I think, is a prime example. They've had good quality people working at the Secretariat in St. Lucia, for instance, drawn from around the region. And I think that is at the heart of the consistency and the growth and the sustaining resilience of that institution.
Yes, and there's a lot to be learned from them. I know yesterday the panels spent some time talking about the value of the OECS and what we can in fact learn.
We need to appreciate that.
Yeah, we definitely do. And I think understanding what each country brings to the table. You know, one of the things in the founding document in that treaty, well, I believe it was in an interview with Mr. Blake, Mr. Byron Blake, on his exit from the Assistant Secretary General role. He talked about countries not looking at each other and comparing themselves to one another. And I think that's so important.
Because it would be unfair.
Yeah, exactly.
To each other.
It doesn't make sense. Yeah. It's counterintuitive, I think, to look at your size, the size of your population, the size of your territory, and compare to someone else who may be resource rich in certain ways that you are not, you know, and conversely, there's the case of Trinidad and Tobago constantly monitoring, I think, how much we appear to dole out or share with our neighbors. Yeah. You know, there is a kind of preoccupation with that on the part of many Trinidadian and Tobagonians, for sure. You know, so I think...
Who say they lend money to Barbados to build the airport, which is not true.
Yeah, that is part of a myth that has been built up over time, you know. So I think there's a lot of value in understanding what value you bring to the table, as opposed to trying to do what somebody else is doing. Knowing who you are and doing that. One of the things we've always admired about Barbados is how administratively sound, and I dare say superior, Barbados has been in terms of administering resources, especially in the midst of a lot of constraints. You know, and so again, that's a strength. And that's something to...
And every one of these Caribbean territories has a strength.
Exactly, and more than one.
Yeah, more than one.
Yes, and...
Dominicans feed Antiguans. That's always been the thing.
Well, that
because the boats came...
Of course.
Or come over, you know, schooner days, whatever, boats, it's bringing agricultural products.
Yeah, and there's no shortage of water in Dominica.
Right, so when the hurricane hit Dominica, the back-to-back hurricanes, Antigua was the first to suffer from the point of view of, hey, where are bananas and plantain and whatever else are going to come from, vegetables are coming from? Because, you know, the consumption of agricultural products in Antigua is not just only by the local population, but of course by the tourist sector, etc. But we all have our contribution to make in that context.
And our interdependence.
Interdependence is really the word. Hey, talking about that, Byron Blake is standing by to rejoin us as we prepare to go back to the Hyatt for the tributes. But we also have another salute coming this time from the head of another one of the key institutions of the region, the Caribbean Development Bank. Yeah. The president is ready to deliver. President Leon.
We at the Caribbean Development Bank send our warmest regards to the heads of government and the staff of the various Caricom agencies as they celebrate this landmark anniversary. When the original group of 4 countries was established in 1973 with the signing of the Treaty of Chaguaramas. Its main goal was to provide a better life for the people of the region and to promote trade and integration with each other. Like all such entities, there has been successes and failures. But overall, Caricom has grown from 4 countries to 15 member states, expanded from the English-speaking Caribbean to include the UK dependencies, Dutch-speaking Suriname, Haiti with its French and Creole languages, as well as adopted Spanish as a 4th language. The Single Market and Economy, CSME, is still a work in progress, but the incompleteness of that official infrastructure has not stopped the goods and services trade between islands and the movement of people who live, work, and love in these territories. My hope for Caricom, as it looks forward to the next 50 years, is a realization of a much improved and resilient prosperity for our citizens. You might ask, what might that look like? I suggest, first, an infrastructure that creates easier access to each other through better trade routes by air or marine transport. Second, opportunities for enhanced integration in the areas of innovation and capacity building with closer relationships that will improve food and water security, climate resilience, and a just green transition. And third, health security and education development in new areas that stimulate potential for innovation, creativity, and justice for all. As a people, we have shown the rest of the world that we have talents and skills that can dominate the global landscape. From reggae and jerk cuisine in Jamaica, to the musical and entrepreneurial talents of Rihanna from Barbados, to the upscaling of food production and oil exploration in Guyana, and to the multifaceted artisanal artistry of our indigenous peoples. Let us continue to cultivate the ability of the region to revolutionize its resources, driven by a reinvigorated, even reimagined spirit of Caricom that will play a pivotal role and exert a profound influence on the communities that it serves. Let our North Star be to promote resilient livelihoods for all the people who call this region home.
And thank you very much to Dr. Leon for that salute. Of course, we continue to be with you here for the 50th anniversary of Caricom. This is Caricom Day coverage being provided by yours truly, Ardeen Serju, and Julian Rogers, who will rejoin us very shortly. In the meantime, we want to return to Byron Blake, Ambassador Byron Blake, who's been on the line with us, indulging us in our programming. Byron, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here and I'm hearing you now.
Oh, okay, great. I know, thank you for your patience. You know how this goes with live programming. One of the things that I think is very obvious, when you look at how the Treaty of Chaguaramas is set up and a lot of what it pays attention to from the outset, a lot of it focuses on economic integration. Can you talk a little bit from your experience, especially in your role as Assistant Secretary General for quite some time? Tell us a little bit about your views on how that economic integration has evolved over the years.
Right. Before I do that, let me just say I got a WhatsApp message from former Secretary General Roger Rainford wishing a happy Caricom Day, I imagine, to all Caricom people. Let me also say that the way the treaty was set up, it's really, at the time, there were 3 prongs, and none of the prongs were expected to dominate. The fact is that the area of common services, functional cooperation, was expected to be a major building block because you needed that infrastructure be able to enhance development. The area of foreign affairs, foreign negotiations, that was expected to be a major block because we were at the time, and I noticed that both the youth ambassador and Prime Minister Skerrit have said that we are in more dangerous and difficult times now globally than we were in 73. And I agree with them, but I want to point out that 73 was not an easy time globally. Fact is that the world was in a very, very difficult position. We had to negotiate always. One of the good things was that we had one or two products, and in particular, sugar, which the United Kingdom and the Europeans buy, tradition, as well as bananas, but sugar that they wanted. And the world market price for sugar was so high. And what the United Kingdom was paying under the Commonwealth arrangements was so low that the United Kingdom wanted something closer to that. And certainly the Caribbean wanted something closer to the world market. So we had something that they had to negotiate with us. And in those days, big countries didn't think that they could just come and bamboozle you or take what you have. As to some extent is the case now. People blatantly now will come and tell you that what you have is not valuable, or if you don't give it to them, then you have no access to external resources or so on. But make no mistake about it, it was hard. And as I said, this was one of the fundamental reasons for moving from the free trade area to the Caricom and to have that foreign. And the first element of that was negotiations with the Europeans, the European Economic Community. And that's where Sonny Ramphal and P.J. Patterson played major roles. Now, on the third element, and I've kept the economic element for the third element, because we started with the economic element by and large, the free trade area. And what we were challenged to do was how to deepen the free trade area such that when we tried to do the external negotiations, we were negotiating it from one base. In other words, we had to have a common face facing the rest of the world. So we had to have what we call a common tariff or common external tariff, so that if you were negotiating and the good was going to go to Jamaica or to Trinidad or to Barbados or to Guyana, and subsequently to any of the small islands, that the rate that good would face would be the same. So we needed that common external tariff. So that was one of the areas. And then we had to increase our production because it was very clear that you're in a world now where food and so were short. And we were importing significant amounts. In fact, in 1974, Eric Williams sounded an alarm because we were importing 400,000 United States dollar net. Which was $1 million Eastern Caribbean dollars. And he thought that that was really where we had to draw the line. So we wanted to increase our production, and that production would have to be both for regional use as well as to export externally. So if you're going to do that, then how do you bring together and how do you access what we call the factors of production in the region, bearing in mind that the bulk of our countries were small in land space, most of them were small in population size, and the land space where it was large and the population size where it was large did not coincide. So that we had to find ways of providing for this. And that was a difficult task, which took years of negotiation. We came past a hump, and then when we came out in 1989 out of Grenada, Grenades, and we came out with a sort of a basis for trying to move that towards what we begin to call a single market, an economy, right? So those were hard periods of negotiation.
So when you consider those strides taken then to address that issue, and you look at the challenges we still have now with respect to importation, etc., are you satisfied that we really have made a lot of or significant progress on that end?
No, because we made a fundamental error in the 83-84 period when the international community spoke about structural adjustment and saying that you could import your food cheaper from the major countries. So why would you have to produce it, especially your agricultural products? And we fell for that. The fact was that in Europe, you had what used to be called butter mountains. They had so much butter because they had expanded into their dairy production, supported by the community funds in a way that they had no market. You had in the United States vast increases in wheat and corn production and so, and they were quite prepared to dump that into other countries. So they thought, well, you did not need to produce for yourself because others would supply you. And unfortunately, we fell for that.
And we're still falling for it, I suppose.
And we are still falling for it. But I want to give you a case. I want to give you the case of Haiti. Up to early 2000s, Haiti was about 80% self-sufficient in food production. And with those structural adjustment measures and so forth, and plus some internal problems, Haiti became roughly about 80% import food dependent. Right? When the earthquake of 2010 hit Haiti, it hit the cities and so it did not hit the country parts. So there was still food production. When the international community went in to assist Haiti, food was a major requirement. But did they buy food locally? No. They imported the food. So Haiti's rural areas were not destroyed by the earthquake, but the production was there. That did not feed into the reactivation of the country. In fact, the imports were what jumped. So I just want to say that we have fallen for that, and we are still paying the price because a lot of our farmers have then gone out of production. I remember in Jamaica, and I'm a man from St. Elizabeth, what is called the food basket of Jamaica. St. Anne might want to complain, but St. Elizabeth. Speaking to farmers, dairy farmers, who told me that they were no longer even bringing in the cattle because there was nothing that they could do with the milk. So they were just allowing the calves to settle. The milk factory, and Jamaica, people don't know that Jamaica had a meat factory, Bogwalk, and Jamaica was producing a set of milk-based products just at where we might call ferry, that's coming in from ferry now. We had serious production and organized means of transporting the milk and so forth. All of that was destroyed because of the import of substitutes. And those substitutes were not, say, substitutes which were competing at market rates. They were highly subsidized. And guess what? At the same time, institutions and countries were telling us countries that we could not subsidize our producers, if we needed to do that.
Yes, especially through IMF adjustments, etc.
Yes, this is what we call it, the Washington Consensus. And it's a consensus for who? So through those programs, and this is where, in fact, I think both developed countries and the international financial institutions have to take a very hard look at what they have done to destroy the agricultural production basis, and not certainly in the Caribbean.
Yeah, I think that is definitely an issue that has come up time and again when we talk about Haiti, its capacity to feed itself, especially given the landmass that they have. And I've seen it for myself. You know, it's actually quite alarming when you consider their statistics. But just to speak very briefly about Africa and the decision and the vision to orient our economies toward Africa. Can you talk a little bit about the vision for that and how that came into being?
Well, two elements. The first element was when we decided to negotiate with Europe. The negotiators recognized that Europe already had some relations to what we call the Yaoundé Agreement and the Arusha Agreement with the French-speaking part and the English-speaking part of Africa. So we had to bring those in. And in any event, we needed certain muscle in that negotiations. I mentioned sugar. Sugar was important, but it was important mainly to the United Kingdom. The rest of Europe were much more interested in Nigerian oil. Because remember now, from 73 when you had that quadrupling of the price of oil from 2.5, 250 US dollars to 10 US dollars per ton. The Europeans were now in trouble. So they were very interested in Nigerian oil. So they had to get Nigeria and the rest of the African countries on board. We also had to get the Pacific countries because countries like Mauritius and Fiji were sugar producing. And so everybody had to come together. So the big diplomatic side there was bringing these together so that we could negotiate and we could sell into Europe. The leg that we did not develop, and we still have not developed, is the leg of the direct economic interactions between let us say, the Caribbean and Africa. That's a weak leg which has not been developed. If we still want to go even transportation-wise, we have to go through Europe to get to Africa. And similar, of course, vice versa. We want to get to the Pacific, which is even further. So with Africa, we still have the challenge, and we continue to speak about it. There have been different initiatives, including an institute which PJ Patterson now heads. But frankly speaking, in terms of consistent policy decision, we have just not been able to do that to get a direct economic link between Africa and the Caribbean. And that's a major issue. But we did use the link to negotiate with Europe. And it was an area of genius, really, in those days, to have pulled off that, understanding what the transportation and the communication links were, and to have moved among all of those countries to develop a single relationship with Europe.
Thank you very much, Byron. And we know that you continue to stay on the line with us. We will pick up the conversation again, but I know Julian has some developments to share with us.
Well, I suppose we have the need to keep people posted as exactly what's happening, because they may be wondering, well, what happened? Why they're just talking and talking and talking and talking. The reality is that the leaders had to come back from the convention center. We know about the rain situation, and we suspect they must have gone to freshen up and whatever else, because some of them really got wet. So we've been waiting for the activities at the Hyatt Regency to restart, and that's where these tributes will come in. So what I'm going to do at this point now is make my French connection. Do you mind?
Of course not.
All right. So here we go. We've been talking a lot about the territories of the Caribbean, French-speaking. We talked a lot about Haiti today, thanks to Jacqueline Charles. We did talk about Martinique and Guadeloupe, thanks to Carolyn Popovich's contributions. And I have to remind you that, and we have to remind ourselves that Haiti is part of this community, and that we must pay real special attention to them. Unfortunately for us, in the arrangements for this production to share with you, we've been able to share this broadcast with our friends in Haiti in particular, and Guadeloupe and Martinique, and French Guyana. And we've had the benefit of input from Jenica Mers, and also from Joel Kennett, who are translators and helping us along the way in our connection, or making our French connection. And you saw them at the start of our coverage yesterday. So I thought at this point it would be great to bring Joel back in and give him an opportunity to speak to the French-speaking community of the Caribbean community, but to do so in Creole. So Joel, welcome, and go ahead. Please extend the greetings and, as we say, speak to your community.
Merci un pile, Julian. Moi, bien content aujourd'hui de parler à tout le monde qui parle créole dans la Caraïbe, parce que tout le monde, Martinique, Guadeloupe, Guyane, Saint-Lucia, Dominica, il y a un peu de monde qui, des fois, ne comprennent pas français ou bien pas comprendre anglais. Donc, nous bien contents de parler à eux. Et c'est une occasion spéciale pour nous parler à tous ces gens-là, pour dire que ça qui est Caricom, parce que nous avons pile dans ces pays-là qui ne connaissent pas Caricom, que ce soit Haïti ou Martinique, Guadeloupe, etc. Et nous avons un tournant important dans la vie Caricom. Caricom, c'est la communauté Caraïbe, la communauté des Caraïbes. Et il y a un peu de monde qui ne connaissent pas ça. Et Haïti, en fait, c'est le plus gros pays dans la Caricom, et puis 11 millions d'habitants. Donc, il faudrait nous tous comprendre ça, ça y est, toute petite communauté créolophone qui parle créole là, il faudrait commencer à intéresser plus à ça qui est passé en Caricom. Parce que, avec nous, tous dans la Caraïbe, c'est l'unité, et seule manière nous peut réaliser l'unité dans ces conditions-là, c'est et puis la Caricom. Alors, je souhaite tout le monde que fête l'anniversaire là, puisque nous avons 50e anniversaire de création en Caricom. Haïti joint une association là depuis le 3 juillet 2002, ça a fait 21 ans, et nous tous pour célébrer l'événement là. Et puis voilà, donc nous allons essayer de continuer les festivités pour nous matcher l'événement. Julian, merci en pile.
So, merci. Merci, Joel. The thing is that I should explain to you as well, audience, that Joel is from Martinique, and his English is even better than mine. Joel. We're gonna talk with Joel. Again, I make the point about the importance of a second language or even a third language for us. We really must make a greater effort to be able to communicate. We have Spanish, we have Dutch, and we have French Caribbean, and we're all really being lapped on. Our shores are lapping each other, etc. So we need to do some more. Joel, let me ask you about your. I know you live in Barbados, and you studied in Barbados.
Oui, moi étudiant l'année là-bas parce que moi j'étais allé faire des études internationales, études relations internationales.
Industrial relations?
International relations.
International
relations. Yes.
Right. Okay. How long were you in Barbados?
I've been living in Barbados for about 8-9 years now.
Okay. So there is an example of the connection or the kinds of connections that we should be making across this region. You know, there was a time when Venezuelans came to Barbados and to Trinidad and Tobago to learn English, and then we had students from Antigua going to Barbados to school, to boarding school, in fact. We had students from Antigua, well, some kids going to Antigua for boarding school. We've always had that connection. And we really, as somebody said, the people made those connections. Maybe the politicians don't quite get it. But we, you know, in my conversation, for instance, with Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley, he reminded me of the federal palm and the federal maple, two vessels that were a gift of the Canadian government at the time of Federation. And those two vessels really are the heart of a lot of the connection of Caribbean people. Jamaicans came on the boat, and or the boats for that matter, and they came down the chain of islands, what I call the necklace of the Caribbean, and the boat would come in the morning and be departing in the evening to another Caribbean territory. And it meant that the students could come off and go with their friends that they discovered at university from Dominica or St. Lucia or Barbados, as the case may be. So it really is fantastic. So Joel, when did you go to Barbados? And talk to me or talk to us about the Barbados experience.
Ben, ça fait Barbados, ça casse.
I know the temptation is to go straight into French, but how about English?
Well, Julian, my first experience with Barbados was a long time ago. That was in '61 when I went there for the first time. That was in the framework of an exchange of students. And as I said, it was '61, so it's a long time ago. Then I came back to Barbados a few times after that, many times. And if we consider the Caribbean, I went to study in Trinidad at the Institute of International Relations in 1974. So that's and I've been living in Barbados for a few years now. So that's my experience in the Caribbean.
So there we go. Again, a reinforcement of the value of that relationship. I have to ask you about Haiti. Where does Haiti fall in your life?
Well, Haiti, I only transited a few times there, but I had many friends from Haiti. When I was living in Canada, my neighbor was a Haitian for decades, and I've met a lot of Haitians in the international system. So I have a very good relationship with Haitians, but I have never been actually to Haiti, except in passing.
Well, you and I share the same thing in that I've only been in transit in the connection to Haiti. So that is one of the I have one on my bucket list. Would you believe it? And all my movements around the Caribbean, I haven't been to Haiti, haven't been to the Dominican Republic, haven't been to Cuba, but everywhere else along the way. Thank you very much, Joel. Merci, Monsieur.
You're welcome, Julian. You're welcome. And I'm very happy to be here on this occasion for this important event for Caricom.
Thank you again, sir. So let me bring you up to date. We still have not got the activities going on at the Hyatt Regency. If you're just joining us, this is our special coverage of Caricom Day, the 50th anniversary, and our coverage is going on a number of stations. So let me say again, welcome to listeners on Freedom 106.5 here in Trinidad and Tobago, one of the stations of the network of the Trinidad Broadcasting Corporation, which is really under the Guardian Media Grouping. And then thanks to CMC, these broadcasts are being relayed to television and radio stations across the region, and in fact into the north, the New York tri-state area. Got that right? Okay, so we have been saying all morning that we have two significant interviews to share with you. We don't want to start them because we're standing by to take on the tribute. All right? So we are learning now, I'm being told, that there is a technical issue in terms of the planned coverage and the feed that we were expecting to get from TTT. So I think we have no choice at this stage but to tell you that we're going to move to the interview that we conducted with P.J. Patterson, the former Prime Minister we're going to save the Patterson interview. We've got the interview with Dr. Keith Rowley lined up, so I think we need to go there. Let me assure you, it's an hour and 20 minutes, so you can follow it and do things that you want to do all at the same time. We ourselves have been on a marathon session here, so the crew will be very happy for the break. But let me assure you that we'll continue with the coverage. If the tributes do come up, we can always put that in the can and share with you later on in the day. But right now, I'm very pleased to share with you an interview that I conducted last Thursday, I think it was. Yes, last Thursday last Friday with the host Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley. Prime Minister, welcome, and thank you for agreeing to sit down with us and talk about Caricom affairs.
Well, thank you very much for selecting us for part of your very informative program.
Prime Minister, the first question I have for you is this. Where were you in '73?
In '73, I was just graduating out of Mona, Jamaica, with my first degree. I spent 1970 to 1973 at Mona, some of the best days of my life.
So we could say that is where you became a Caribbean man then?
Kind of. Before that, I was always very happy to be Caribbean. I listened to Dr. Williams since I was preteen, and he spoke about this Caribbean nation. So when I left high school, or while I was about to leave high school, I was in the cricket team, football team, and we started raising funds at school. So as soon as exams were over, we took a Caribbean cruise. Those days you had the federal ships, the Federal Maple and the Federal Palm, which were the gifts of the Canadian government to the Federation. And those ships went up and down from here to Jamaica. So we got as far as Dominica on a federal boat and joined the one coming back down. And so that was my idea of getting to know my country. And then when I was in Mona, at the end of the first year, we used to have a Ministry of West Indian Affairs here in Trinidad. Kamal Al-Din Mohammed was minister. And we contacted him from Mona, and a group of us, a large group of us, came down on a federal boat, sailing from Kingston to Port of Spain. and then spending a significant part of the vacation in Trinidad. So those are the things we did from early.
So you came with other Caribbean students?
Oh yeah. I mean, the whole, probably a busload of us.
A busload?
Yeah, full bus.
Yes.
Because the ministry gave us a bus.
Yeah.
So when we got here, we had a bus and we went around Trinidad in a bus, Maracas Beach. And you wouldn't believe how being away from home for a year, how anxious you were to get back on Maracas Beach to get with guests.
So Maracas was the best beach
for you at the time.
So the university days, a lot of people who went to UE come away with the same experience you just shared.
And the campus was a very homely place. And Jamaica was like a backyard. I left Tobago, came through Trinidad, went to Jamaica, and I was perfectly at home in Jamaica. But living on campus, except for 2 weeks when I just got there, when I lived with a family on Hope Road. I lived on campus.
Which hall? Tell me Irving.
There's only one hall.
Tell me Irving.
You know there's only one hall. It's Irving. I'm a child of Father Irving.
Yes.
And the living on campus in hall enriches that experience because you become family with people up to today. Only last week, one of my hallmates sent me a WhatsApp saying it's time for a reunion. And we live like brothers and sisters. Young ones, sophomores, postgrads, we all lived and in those days, when the rules were there and had to be followed, you had to dine in hall, I think it was 3 times a week. You had to come to formal dinner. So you were literally not only encouraged, but forced to do these things. And there was so much, camaraderie. We ate out of the same pot. And, we kind of like grew up together. And that relationship remained. I went to Jamaica just as I became Prime Minister. And my trip was to kind of smooth some feathers that were becoming quite ruffled. And it was made a whole lot easier because a significant number of the people in the Jamaican cabinet and the Jamaican government were people I knew on or around the campus.
Prime Minister called names.
Purnell,
yes.
The Speaker.
Yes.
Purnell used to be a loudmouth in the union, but he was very connected to, and in those days, as Sir Larry Constantine would say, in my day, the university campus was the center of social activity in Kingston. And like on a Saturday night at the Students' Union, we have Bob Marley with Peter Tosh playing rhythm guitar, Keith Lynn. You get to know. I had a classmate, and she was a girlfriend of the guy who ran the Peter Ashbourne affair. You know that group?
I saw him recently.
Peter Ashbourne? Yes. Well, his girlfriend was a classmate of mine, and she used to be absent every Monday. And so when she came back on a Tuesday, she came straight to me, right, to get the notes from Monday, right? And I got to know, a lot of people in the campus was a place to be. And we played sport, we got involved in that. Urban Culturama, as you would know, was a big event. So you got to live the Caribbean experience. And I've never been less than regretful that we did not have a Caribbean nation, that the Federation did not survive. To me, that is the biggest loss that ever took place after slavery. I mean, we had the bad experience of enslavement, and then we had the hope of a Caribbean nation. And I keep saying, even now, what a nation we would have been if from the Bahamas, northernmost island, to the tip of Guyana on the Brazilian border, if that was our nation, we would have been a world power.
It's not too late.
It's difficult because as people got their little bellywicks, they start the dog in the manger behavior is very difficult to get away from. So in government, behind closed doors, with my colleagues in Caricom, I take the opportunity to always say, we're stronger together. If we talk together as one voice, we won't be ignored.
But that was at the heart of the Caricom model, which was practical, functional cooperation, but most importantly, to speak as one voice. And it's particularly important in the wake of all the crises you had in the early 70s.
But as the individual nations became more identifiable, the federal aspect of it became more distant. It becomes more difficult to speak with one voice when you have strong individual countries within there. Because in many instances, for better or for worse, in many instances, there are loud voices wanting to promote the individualism.
But all right, you mentioned federation, all right, and we understand the reluctance or the hesitancy or the clear decision, say, by Jamaica to opt out of the federation, immortalized, of course, by Sparrow's Federation, Calypso. Dr. Eric Williams in his famous arithmetics of 1 from 10 leaves nothing, etc. But was that more about sovereignty, giving up sovereignty?
I think it was a lack of vision and fear-mongering. That incident in Jamaica with the referendum, if it was an intellectual discourse on what we could be, the results would have been different. The campaign was fear-mongering. Look what these people are going to do to us. And unfortunately, that still exists. Even though there's more communication now, we've got 50 years of experience in a difficult world, because the world is not going to get any more welcoming. It gets more difficult. And even now, where it should become even more obvious that we need to be together, there are still voices of fear-mongering, especially when it's based on the selfishness, sometimes little touch of racism here. The idea of, if I have it good, you're going to take something from me. You can imagine, in terms of distribution of resources and opportunities, what would have been happening now, and could have been happening even before, because Guyana always had natural resources. They had rice, they had sugar, they had timber, they had ocean, they had fish, But the individualism of these small states dominate the political conversation. One of our prime ministers here in Trinidad and Tobago, Prime Minister Robinson, in speaking about our country, said in a fit of despair one day, he said, the professional class has been consistently failing this country. And to me, that was a profound indictment. And as a professional person, I always remember it. I would say that the political class has failed the Caribbean, because the negatives that push us apart invariably come from the political conversation.
You're hitting a note that is repeated by many people who say that part of the challenge really is the political leaders are not conducting, as you put it in your own language, the effort to bring us together, though ordinary people see the wisdom and in fact are acting it out. So you're a prime minister. There was a time when Prime Minister Manning was described like the prime minister of the entire Caribbean because he was driving this matter of working together on one voice, etc. What's stopping you, for instance, from taking the lead?
Well, how do you know I didn't take the lead? Prime Minister Manning, before he left office, had a similar vision. He came out of the Eric Williams vision as well. He was in the Williams government. But by the time I became Prime Minister, you know what is the first thing I had to deal with, and I did? Is notice that the CSME was off the agenda at Caricom. At my first meeting in Guyana, the previous Caricom meeting, there was a previous Caricom meeting, and Trinidad and Tobago's Prime Minister didn't attend, and Trinidad and Tobago was not represented. At that meeting, that's how far away from the vision we were. At that meeting, the gathering took a decision because so little progress was being made on the subject that it was taken off the agenda. It wasn't an agenda item. So Trinidad and Tobago asked to put it back on the agenda. It came back on the agenda. And that resulted in us meeting in a special meeting here in Port of Spain. And from that special meeting, Trinidad and Tobago and Prime Minister of Barbados, who was new, together, we drove, and Trinidad and Tobago led at the Hilton Hotel. We got the St. Anne's Declaration, which is a commitment to do the next best thing, which is to move to the single market and economy. And to do that, we had to commit. Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica and Barbados had to commit to funding the Caribbean Development Fund, which is our cash support for the smaller territories, so as to allow the free market to survive in fairness. So that happened, and I must say that I'll take some credit for that.
You're not off the hook, Prime Minister.
No, but we've been focusing on getting some results. I'm more about getting results than talking about how many meetings we've had. Let me give you an example. A few months ago, last year September, or last year August, the Summit of the Americas was due in Los Angeles. And the general sentiment of frustration among Caribbean leaders was that we should boycott that because the event generated so little.
Because of the invitation?
No, it was that. Some people are saying it's just a photo op, and it was just a meeting to go to. It will generate nothing. And so strong was that sentiment that the U.S. government had to send a special envoy into the region and to get support from some of us to try and avoid that. It was avoided. There was agreement around us to go to the meeting. We went to Los Angeles. We were very well received, very well taken care of and so on. But very early in the arrival, it turned out that we didn't have an audience with the president. And then the sentiment flared again. Well, we're not staying, we're going home. Because if we can come here, out of the original idea that we weren't going to come, and we're here, without a meeting with the president, that's an insult, and it is how little we count for in these situations. I had to get involved again, and I got involved because Trinidad and Tobago has a responsibility for providing leadership. That was handled, and we didn't only get a meeting with the president, we got a lunch with the president, and out of that, encouraging colleagues, let us hold together. If we go as Caricom, we cannot be ignored. We are far more impressive, and we will not be insignificant. And so far, that is working very well. Because in the last year, we have had more contact and working relationship and results in dealing with our neighbor, the largest economy in the world. Whereas a year ago, the conversation was that we've been taken for granted and being ignored.
But Prime Minister, we already have the experience. And I take you back to the start of the Caribbean community. And the urgency of negotiating together as Caricom in the matter of dealing with Britain and with Europe. Because they ended the preferential treatment, for instance, for sugar, bananas, and rum. That's an experience of working together and the growth and emergence of the African, Caribbean, and Pacific states. Why along the way we just fall away in terms of our common purpose?
I wouldn't say we've fallen away. I mean, if you look at what we actually do, it is a lot more than we talk about. Most people are unaware of how much of the practical side of togetherness exists. The political failure dominates everything. But under that skin of political failure, if you look at the number of regional institutions that are actually functioning, you will see that, well, we haven't got the political, but we got a lot of the rest. And we are still growing in those areas. I mean, we can list on each finger a major Caribbean Caricom entity and most people say West Indies cricket, UWI. But we can go into Kafa, Kadi, Sedima, Impacts, and all of these things are our day-to-day working together experiences. But unfortunately, we don't communicate them to the population sufficient. So most of our populations are ignorant of the work that is being done or the contribution. A simple thing, like the market space. I go on a platform now and I tell people in Trinidad and Tobago that our Caribbean market is important to us. It might be saving your job because our manufacturers, we have preserved the shelf in Dominica, in Antigua, in Jamaica for what you produce. That's what Caricom is. So many people know that, but most people don't know about how we in weather, in air transport, in health, in education, the examinations, all of these things would have been automatic inside of one nation. But in the absence of a political nation, a political federation, much of it still exists. And that is why we shouldn't just badmouth our effort, but we should keep strengthening what survived the political failure.
Which then raises the question of implementation. There's that implementation gap that gets referred to all the time. We can go back to the time for action prepared by the distinguished people led by Associate of Ramphel, etc. The functional corporation, yes, you just pointed that. And some people say, look, the real problem here is that Caricom is not branded in a way that ordinary people understand. Yes, they understand Sedima. Yes, they understand Cardi or whatever the case may be.
But most don't know about it.
Right.
The few who know about it understand it. But not enough people in our regions, in our territories, know about what we actually do in those functional corporations.
So the branding here is the problem.
Yes, I would say yes. And I would say it's communication.
Yes.
We pay more attention or we spend a lot of our time on things that don't contribute. And things that contribute are boring. I can't remember seeing a television program where somebody sits down here and discusses that functional arrangement, what we're doing in Caricom. You hear about it once in a while, but most people don't pay attention to it. There's no systematic education of it. And as a result of that, most Caribbean people are unaware of the regional functions that we carry out.
Prime Minister, go ahead. Sorry.
What they do know is that we did not end up with one Prime Minister and one cabinet. They know that. And they also know that we have 13 Prime Ministers. So they know about the division and the dysfunctionality. That's in your face all the time. But the professional work that is done. I mean, look at how CAFA stepped into the breach during a pandemic. It was just, I remember talking to some Americans who were handling their problems in some of the states, and they were shocked, or surprised, I should say, to know that we were able to provide the technical support for managing a pandemic, in some instances better than they were doing. At one time, I was talking to some doctors from one state. They did not have statisticians. They did not have virologists involved in their handling. In fact, they were in science denial at that time in the pandemic. And CAFA, UWI was able to provide virology, right? The public health system here, buttressed by CAFA, was able to be that clearinghouse for WHO, PAHO, and all of this without missing a step. And most people don't give that credit. I mean, unfortunately, we had politicians in our country bad-mouthing the whole thing, when in fact it was something to be celebrated. Right? We came out of ICTA, the Imperial College of Tropical Agriculture, where agricultural research, cocoa research in the world was centered here in Trinidad. We still have the fields, we still have a department. I mean, our herbarium at UWI St. Augustine is unknown to most people in the region. So in a way, we end up selling ourselves short because of the political failure of establishing that, that political view where we are one country with one Prime Minister. And a lot of people fall in love with the office that goes with separation. I mean, and I don't think in my time I would see it being given up. You talk about the delay in implementation. That I remember Prime Minister Manning at Cabinet used to always be driving the Cabinet on the grounds that let us not be seen to be. And every time you have to ask the ministry, have you done so, have you done that? Public servants in the ministry doing something for Caricom is not a priority. And the Prime Minister every so often have to intervene. Why hasn't this been done? Why hasn't this been done? Because we got a commitment to do it, get it done. So you have to drive it. And it boils down in the end to the leaders genuinely believing that it ought to be done. Most leaders, I would say most of my colleagues, are 100% on board until you get to the fence of would you give up that political control that you have on your island for a federal arrangement? And the answer would be no.
Is it that the political leaders are not of the same metal of a Williams and a Barrow and a Forbes?
I wouldn't say metal, I would say experience. Barrow, Williams, Bradshaw, Byrd, they came out of the colonial disrespect and the absence of a vision or hope for us from London. That was what they were living. I mean, if you read Dr. Williams' book, when you read his books, and you can't help but miss how he felt as an intellectual, a bright person, how he was treated as a lesser class by people who he thought were not properly educated to treat with him on his understanding of the colonial experience. So I would not say that our politicians are any less committed because they are dealing with a different experience. Look at Prime Minister of Grenada. What does he know? He's born into an independent Grenada. He's born into a world full of small island states. So he is going to be having a different perspective to a Prime Minister of 50 years ago, who was just the teacher in primary school like me, to come out and salute and celebrate Queen birthday and sing Britannia Rule the Waves. Imagine you are coming from an enslavement and you're singing lustily in praise of your enslaver. You know, and reading books that are written about a kind-hearted slave master. That's the kind of nonsense that some of us were bred into. So we will have a different perspective, largely because of our different experience. I'm sure if Dr. Williams had gone to, say, Howard University,
as opposed to Oxford,
he might have had a completely different life, and this country would have been completely different.
I want to stay with this because people are saying, as I talk to people around the region who are die-hard Caribbean integrationists, etc., they're not giving up. Like they don't give up on West Indies cricket. I'm not going to ask you about that anyway. Right.
Why you have to mention that?
But hold on. Right. They want somebody, or maybe say somebodies at the political level to recognize that the philosophical underpinning that these 4 or 8 people, you mentioned Bradshaw just now, for instance, had at that time and recognized the value of us coming together and speaking as one voice and acting as one voice, etc. That commitment is missing now. I hear what you said earlier. But it is not a collective responsibility of saying, we're going to do this.
I'm a firm believer that leaders emerge. If you tell yourself, I am going to be the leader and I am the leader, you most likely will fail. But evolution of the kind of leadership you're talking about is what happens. Leaders emerge. I don't know of all the leaders we have around us now that 1 or 2 will not emerge to take that responsibility and get that kind of success. But they will always be facing this pushback. My feeling is that such leaders need the support of an intellectual class to carry the conversation. If you go back to Pan-Africanism, Ghana's independence, or let me go further back to India's independence. without the Gandhi, right? India's independence may have been delayed a long time. It would have come eventually, probably with more bloodshed. But the intellectual drive and the commitment of the Gandhi. But Gandhi didn't know he was going to be Gandhi when he was in South Africa. He became the Gandhi we know in India. And the circumstances created and generated the man. And then if you come further up, when Nkrumah was willing to be the driver of the first African independence out of colonialism, you had the George Pardno, right? You had the CLR James providing that intellectual support. And that is why sometimes I'm a little annoyed that UWI doesn't accept that responsibility in a very visible way. Because the politicians need that intellectual support to justify what they're doing in the eyes of the masses, because it is very easy for the average person on the street to be cynical about the political conversation when it is carried only by the politician.
I had a recent discussion about this, Prime Minister. And the consensus was this. It is the politicians at the heart of the reluctance of the intellectuals across the Caribbean to take the position that you just described. They did it before, but the politicians have abused the intellect, and therefore they've gone into their corner and they shell.
But genuine intellectual metal.
Is varnished in that environment?
You flourish. You look at, and I look at Dr. Williams. He didn't have it easy, and he gave as good as he got. I mean, Manly in Jamaica had an easier path because there were greater complexities in Trinidad. But Dr. Williams didn't just, cower. And UWI at the time, I mean, there are a number of people who respected Dr. Williams and his intellect, but did not just give him a pass. In Barbados, which has a history of a good quality level of national conversation, those things help. But I'm saying now, the world in which we are functioning now is different. And that difference maybe requires a different kind of leader. We go to international conferences now, and we meet people who are not unwilling to listen to us. And I could go as far as to say, if the conversation is allowed to take place for small states like us, we are and can be impacting big issues. Recently, we were driving, Prime Minister of Barbados is responsible for
CSMA
and the finance, economy. And we took a decision that we're going to argue for significant changes at the Bretton Woods institutions, which have become a kind of a new era, masters of small developing economies and public servants talking down to you and telling you how to run your country and laying out conditionalities for you. And when they say hello, that is not what you all came into being to do. You came into being to advance development. And if we're not seeing development from the monies that you are handling, we are going to have new prescriptions for you. And a Caribbean voice is the most powerful voice making that argument on the world stage. At the recent meeting in Paris, Prime Minister Motley made it very clear. You might see her speaking, but that's a Caricom position. It's a Caricom position. Interestingly enough, at our last meeting with the United States, with the Vice President, we got some give there because the United States had heard that argument before from us. And there are some give where at least one of those institutions now have accepted that in lending us money, a clause is going to be put in the contract that if we suffer a national disaster of any measure, that a moratorium kicks in. So the morning after a hurricane, that licks up Dominica. 50% of the economy gone, even 20%. And you got to pay back an institution debt money. You get some room to not have to put the cash to them, but put it to your development to rebuild. That is a huge step, because a lot of us rely on the support, Trinidad and Tobago less so than the other territories, rely on that financial support of the IDB, IMF, the World Bank. And that conversation is now being heard, because Caricom is speaking loudly, as one voice, and taking that stage. Right? And we need to, you would have seen Trinidad and Tobago's position with respect to Venezuela. It wasn't easy. It got to the point where the international press was accusing us of being responsible for Venezuelans who drowned in Venezuelan waters trying to come to Trinidad and Tobago. And of course, a lot of lies get into the international media trying to portray you. I've been portrayed in Washington as being anti-American. And I have to listen to that foolishness simply because I did not agree to do what everybody thought you will do because somebody said do it. If you say no on your sovereignty, you then become a pariah. If you are not sufficiently strong to stand up to it. Trinidad and Tobago stood up on its sovereignty in dealing with its neighbor. And of course, you know, I mean, one ambassador went to Long Island and described me as in the most, you know,
disparaging.
Well, let's put it this way. It was the comment of an idiot, right? But I mean, I won't take much time with that. Yeah. But the bottom line is, you don't get a pass, even when you stand up for your country and on your sovereignty, doing the right thing. And you have to always be aware that nobody's going to do you any favor into this world. And on the world stage, you know, it was said when Michael Manley was literally speaking loudly, you know, about the condition of the world in terms of fairness. He was accused of, you know, preening and parading on the world stage. But it's a conversation that has to come from us, because they are not going to bring it to us, because as far as they're concerned, right? Especially, and sometimes it gets right down to the naked racism, right? Where you have to accept that a lot of it is racism, because slavery was based on a diminishing of people based on the color of their skin. That's an unpleasant truth. People are now fighting to change the textbooks or the novels that speak about that because it doesn't suit them. Who is going to accept that as the new norm? Can we accept that?
It's interesting you raise the matter of slavery, and I want to go into the extended interview at this point, and I trust you indulge my time. Reparations. There's a great misunderstanding, I would say, as far as reparations are concerned. There's some people that say, well, we think we'll get 100 million in everybody's pocket, etc., and shift it around and so. Talk about your perspective as far as reparations is concerned.
Yeah, there was that idea in some people's corner that as reparations rise on the totem pole of issues, that if we sufficiently shame the economies that prospered from it, or the individuals, we will get money and we get a check. I was never part of that. And also, worse, let's not tie our bootstraps and try climbing the mountain because reparation is coming. That is another misunderstanding. However, I am for having strong pushback to people who benefited from enslavement of other people, and to ask them or to demand of them that they assist those who have been damaged by that experience by putting in place arrangements for them to now make an easier life, largely in terms of institutions and creating opportunities that are required, having been denied those opportunities by your actions early on. And there's a whole spectrum of things that can be done. And it is being done because the conversation is being had. Sometimes it's being had at the level of, the highest level we have a Caricom unit, then the national units, and of course, more importantly, if people who are respected in that environment of the international politics are taking it on board, then it becomes easier for the conscience reaction. Only recently I saw a family member of a family that benefited from slavery putting in place significant resources for people who have been. And there's a book that I'm halfway through reading now about a Tobago family. The guy discovered, he discovered that his comfort and his family's good fortune came from slavery and the slave records. He was able to consult the slave records and see where his family owned property as slaves, and what is done for him as his family, as a good upper class English family, and now they are seeking to get involved in contributing to the development of some people in the Caribbean who that enslavement impacted. But I tell you something, I was in Barbados for the Republican function when Barbados became a republic, and there, for the first time, a member of the British monarchy publicly engaged the subject of slavery. And a kind of a by the way apology was given.
This is the future king.
Yes, he's now king. As Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, I wrote him and the British Prime Minister a letter soon after indicating that this subject requires continuation and that we should, in fact, go beyond the apology. Guess what?
Did you get a reply?
How you know? I'm pretty sure that must have been the first time. Or it's one of the few times, but I'm going to say the first time, because I would be shocked to know that a Prime Minister of a Commonwealth country would have written Buckingham Palace, written number 1, Downing Street, and not get a reply. Neither the Prime Minister nor the King, who is his prince then, replied. You know why? That conversation is too inconvenient and too difficult to engage. And that is why I'm saying there's a different aspect to reparation. You first have to fight that fight. To get these people to understand. Come to the mirror. See yourself in it before you start talking down to me about other matters.
So I will raise with you, because the reparations issue is one in which not all Caribbean states are involved in pushing this agenda. It is another example of either reluctance or failure of a Caribbean state to be part of this reparation commission, for instance. That's unacceptable under the in the Caricom thinking.
Well,
and I won't name the country.
In a way,
it's not Trinidad and Tobago.
No, but we might be guilty of not putting enough effort into driving it. Yeah. Maybe it's because not enough people, or may I say, not enough of us anticipate that results could be had. But I'll tell you something though. In recent times, once the conversation is kept alive, as a reminder to people who have questions to answer, more and more of them will begin to try to escape from it by wanting to engage it. And I'm seeing that. I mean, in the United Kingdom, in Scotland, at the universities in the UK, something that was anathema is now an open conversation. And there are some things being done. We need to stay engaged. But we need to be doing it for the right reason and in the right way. Because this thing about give me a check from a grandfather, that is not going to fly. But in terms of general development and allowing us access to prosperity, those things are useful and beneficial. I mean, let's look at the whole question of earning from finance. Bermuda, Cayman Islands, right? They live off offshore banking. those of us in the Southern Caribbean, some of us entered offshore banking in recent times. Guess what? All kinds of obstacles have been put in our way.
The OECD.
Yes, the OECD, which is not just the UK, it had mainland Europe as well, saying to us, you all should not be allowed to make money off international finance. As a matter of fact, if you continue trying to make money off international finance, we will expel you from the international financial community. And they keep changing the rules, moving the goalposts, putting up all kinds of requirements, and telling us, even to the point, again, I must go back to this point of lying. I see Trinidad and Tobago being listed as a country that needs to be brought in line because of our offshore banking risks. When we don't have offshore banking in Trinidad and Tobago. And when how could you take action against us and list us? They just shrug their shoulder and move on. And that's the kind of thing that we need to fight. And those are the kinds of changes that we need to fight for, to bring access to opportunity for prosperity. That is, for me personally, my fight, and the kind of fight for reparation. There's another fight for a check. Right? And those who believe that that fight should be pursued and could be pursued, fine. But I think the fight for a space in the international community to be able to prosper in the way that they prosper. Because you mentioned earlier the loss of subsidies for our agricultural produce. Those were doomed to failure at some time. When the government in Trinidad and Tobago bought the sugar industry, as far as the Europeans were concerned, the sugar industry in Trinidad and Tobago had ended in 1975. That was the end of it. When our government bought it and ran it for 25 years, we got a bit more, but it was dependent on them giving us access to their market. And once the access to the market was not available, look how easily they destroyed the banana industry in the islands. The banana industry in the Eastern Caribbean gave a good quality of life and activity to island people. And of course, they came with their theories. I mean, it's a long story. Antigua goes to the WTO and wins a case against a wealthy country.
And ignored by them.
I'm not paying. So this is the world we live in. And it is in that world that you have to decide which fight you're going to fight. If you try to fight all the fights, you lose all. I believe that Caricom or Caribbean states can pick your fight and try to win it.
I mean, there's a couple of things that I want to ask you your opinion on. One of them is Haiti.
That's a big one.
I know you don't have a lot of time. Because it could take another hour or two, right? What can we do about Haiti? Because there's and I'm talking now on behalf of ordinary people who say, boy, what we could do? Can we send troops? No, we can't send troops. Can we send the Americans in with troops? No. The Canadians going with troops? No.
Well, it's not a question of sending it. I mean, we don't even have the option to send anybody in with troops. At the last sort of Caricom heads meeting, and interestingly enough, holding the line and speaking with one voice is what we're doing now on the Haiti issue. And we're making a little bit of progress, but at a time when the problem has got as bad as it could ever be. We met in the Bahamas recently with Canada. And the Canadians, let me back up a bit. To seriously respond to the Haitian issue requires significant resources. Resources that we don't have, physical and financial. And that is why, with the Caricom, understanding the sentiments of a Caribbean nation, Haiti is the largest, the most populous Caricom nation. But because of the language, it doesn't appear so because we don't have the kind of contact we should have. And Canada became an integral part of our discussion. And we trying to do what we think should be done. Without the resources, we rely very heavily on Canada. But the one thing that Canada made very clear, and the United States made very clear, up front in these discussions, not so much US, but Canada, is that the issue of going in there with troops is not on. So that comes off the table. The question is, then what can you do? Canada's position was, we can help resource you. And also we can be there with you, helping you, and seeing what we can do in the Haitian problem. And that's where we are now. We just had a meeting in Jamaica, where a designated group from Caricom went with Canada providing the logistics, providing the funding. And it comes up to the point of, with the absence of a functioning police service in Haiti, Caricom, we are talking about, we could help by actually training a police service and putting it into Haiti, bringing Haitians out of Haiti to be trained in Jamaica, funded by Canada, to help Haiti get a functioning police.
But the last time that was done, Prime Minister, the United Nations force that went in, you realize that we have the sorry story of cholera, etc.
So we're not talking about any force going in, we're talking about Haitians being given the capacity to handle Haiti's problems. No, as I speak to you now, I know of no real opportunity to get forces to go into Haiti. Because one of the things that history has shown, when you bring in outside forces to try and solve that problem, they turn around and fight the force. And when the force eventually withdraws, you leave a worse problem there. One of the people who's coming here next week is the president of Rwanda. One of the reasons why we are relatively close to Rwanda now is that we have explored the possibility of an African intervention in Haiti. And some African countries are not averse to that idea.
Because they're French speaking.
Yes. And also they have the ability, if that is what is required. But of course, getting people to move into other people's country is not a simple or a usually first option arrangement. But the conversations are taking place that if it comes to that, and Haiti requires help from beyond the Caribbean, where is that beyond? It's certainly not in the United States, it's not Canada, it's not France. I mean, only recently France stopped taking reparation from Haiti. The French only recently, not too long ago, stopped being paid by Haitians for the temerity of having defeated the French army. And the world accepted that. So there are a lot of people around with explanations to the Haitian problem. And many of them keep very silent. So as the Haitian problem balloons into more and more humanitarian disasters, we have to look beyond our borders for the resources to try and help the Haitian people to deal with their problem. The approach now is not to bring in and impose upon Haiti any solution like that, but to try to help the Haitian people to have a solution evolve out of their disaster. And that's why the last thing we've done is to bring a whole pool of Haitian stakeholders out of Haiti, because the security problem in Haiti is so bad, to discuss and approach it, to come to a position where they can accept. And to do that, it had to be done outside of Haiti. So it's a difficult problem, and the Caricom doesn't really have the resource. But we engage it and speak for the Haitian people in quarters where they aren't present.
As you talk about borders, let me come to the portfolio that you have on the Caricom, the matter of security. You had a recent meeting, decisions made, implementation, Prime Minister.
Yeah, we're making some progress. And I hope nobody expected that the next day you flick a switch and things begin to happen. The most important thing that's happened is that we use that symposium to project our common problem, requiring common solutions with the United States in particular, to ask for a greater involvement of the United States and its agencies in a problem that has its fuel in the United States, which is the arms and ammunition that flow into our countries. I think we're making progress, and the United States has engaged us in a much more direct way. We've had that meeting with the Vice President, where this issue, as here in Trinidad and Tobago, the U.S. Ambassador is very involved in talking to the government here, and as a conduit, our contact with Washington is very good. We have a delegation coming here next week, a fairly high-level delegation. We have had more useful contact with the United States in the last year than we have had in the last decade. And it's bearing fruit. The U.S. has committed some engagements on the problem arising out of what we've done in the last 9 months. And we are expecting those commitments to bear fruit.
Is this a combination, say, of naval assets and technology?
It's everything. It's the better use of the resources and the capabilities of the U.S. own agencies, not just the Coast Guard and the Navy. It's the training of our people here. It's the pursuing of criminals in our countries here. That's one of the things that we're asking for. Asking the United States to help us pursue criminals in our community. And we're working on that. I mean, not everything you can talk about in public, but we are working on that. And for me, the success is that the fact that we've got the U.S. to engage in it, I think we're making progress.
I want to talk to you about cricket.
You want to spoil my day? Go ahead. Oh boy.
I'm going to premise it this way, Prime Minister. FIFA and the Olympic movement insist that politicians should not, government should not be involved. But we have a history, and understandably so from a Caribbean cricket fan perspective, that our political leaders hold aside as far as cricket is concerned, because it is one of our institutions. So you have Grenada's Prime Minister, former Prime Minister Mitchell, yourself serving at one point, and so on. Owen Arthur in the past. Cricket needs to get fixed, not on the basis of the last beating, but something fundamental needs to happen. We've had reports, Peter Patterson has done that, and so on and so on and so on. Forget about the recent defeat, Prime Minister, and talk about how you see us dealing with this without seeming to have political interference in the affairs of CWI.
Well, I am not an advocate for political interference, but I'm an advocate for determining who owns West Indies cricket. And I've come to the conclusion now, having asked that question a while back, until that question is answered, we'll be spinning top in the mud. Because until you establish who owns West Indies cricket, you cannot properly answer who is to manage it. And that is what has been beyond us. And you see that point about political interference? Go tell that to the Pakistanis. Go tell that to the Indians. When their cricket was in the doldrum, how they got it fixed. What political interference? It wasn't political interference. It was saving the day. And as for the ICC, who tell us what to do, and who we have to be living in deference of. I don't know that they see any role in saving West Indies cricket. But they couldn't tell the Indians what to do with Indian cricket. The Indians fixed cricket to the point where today they could tell the ICC what to do. And it's all a question of who have more corn, feed more fowl. That's what it is. And what the Caribbean has now discovered is that when you were playing pretty stroke and making big score and drawing big crowd, you had friends, you had respect. But when you start playing the way we're playing here now, you have no friends and no respect. And where we end up, I looked at the totem pole yesterday. We are playing among the associates. And we are one from the bottom of the associates. That means if there's a third tier of cricket, we head in there. Right? Having been champions for 20 years in Division 1. And until there is a dramatic intervention answering who owns West Indies cricket, we are going to be going down and down and down. I remember coming from a trip, I was abroad somewhere. I think I came from the long trip. I was very, very tired. I arrived here. The way I was in the morning, and my colleague from Grenada begged me, come to the meeting, come to the meeting. I got home at midnight. I was at the airport at dawn. I was in Grenada at 7 o'clock for a meeting. West Indies cricket. To be told to my face by one of the managers of West Indies cricket, talking to me and other Caribbean prime ministers, literally saying, "But out. We are West Indies Cricket Inc. INC Incorporated, and we'll run West Indies cricket. And your role is really to look after school cricket and make sure we have a supply of players." And I watched this imp, and I said, "It's people like you who will take West Indies cricket to a place of no return." After that horrible match last week, I saw a WhatsApp from him saying that I got him out of the job, and look at what happened now. And I had to remind him that what happened now didn't start today. Right? You had a hand in that. We spent $35 million in West Indies cricket on players recently and produced this. And I'm told, I don't know if it's true because I don't see the books, I'm told we haven't spent $1 million in developing under 13 and under 14. We're crazy. Australian cricket went from the pinnacle to the doldrums. There was Alan Border there and 10 other journeymen or juniors. But the Australian Cricket Board looked at the problem and came up with a workable solution. When I went to Australia, I spent half a day with the Australian Cricket Board to understand what they did to resurrect and restore Australian cricket to its primacy. You know what they did? They had a management structure to manage the game and a management structure to manage the business. They took that decision. I don't know the role of the Australian government in it, but I know the role of the Australian people who wanted to preserve Australian cricket accepted that arrangement from qualified people who advanced it as a solution. It has worked beautifully. Why are we trying to reinvent the wheel? There's a wheel that has worked for Australia. Right? And since we can't come up with a better wheel, all our wheels seem to have angles. Right? And a wheel needs to be round. If we have not come up after 20 years with a model, why don't we try a model that has worked well for other people who are in a similar situation? But people want to defend their corner, their salary, their perks, and their I don't want to use a word that is unparliamentary, but they don't seem to believe that we are being damaged every time this team fails. You can't be damaged psychologically and not be damaged physically. West Indies cricket is a huge part of the psychology of the Caribbean nation. And it being in the hands of people either who are short of vision, for whom friend and family is more important than talent, who believe that it's going to happen by accident. We have to come up with a solution to this problem. Otherwise, we'd have lost half of our inheritance. Trinidad and Tobago had a view that the Brian Lara Academy could have and should be part of the solution. I'm saying that the government of Trinidad and Tobago is willing to advance the Brian Lara Academy again to West Indies cricket. Will they see it for what it can do? Because if you're 13-year-olds, you're 14-year-olds, you're 15-year-olds, you're 16-years-olds, 17-year-olds are not being prepared, then you can't play on the world stage. 2 months ago, I went to Barbados, to Apes Hill, and I saw at the renovated Apes Hill Golf Course and the world-class, brand new technical facility for golfers to go and learn the game. I was absolutely amazed at the technology and the fact that it is there in Barbados. And I came to the conclusion very quickly that if we don't have our youngsters exposed to that, there's no way. Doesn't matter how talented our youngsters are, there's no way our youngsters will be able to cope and compete with people who have that available to them on the world stage. So if you want to be on the world stage, you got to get there, get in there, and be exposed to that to be able to compete. And it happens in football, it's happening in netball, it's happening in cricket. We are just too far behind the 8 ball. We spend a lot of money here in Trinidad and Tobago. We somehow mysteriously lost or gave up the television rights to our football. Where is the resources come from to fund football? Where you have to spend money at that level to bring your juniors up. By the time they get to age 19, they should be playing at an international standard. You give away the television rights. And the same people who give it away still fighting to control the game. What kind of future you could have? And you want the government, taxpayers, who are fighting with the hospitals, fighting with the schools, fighting with the drains, fighting with the food. You want them to fund football after you give away television rights. Eh? When we play cricket internationally, money comes into cricket nowadays through television. Look at what's happening in India. India is a country with a billion people. Indian television could put $1 billion, $2 billion into cricket. What can West Indies cricket put? And we were unprepared for the onslaught of the expulsion. Because when we got shut out of the British county cricket, that is when we were supposed to build a base. We now build something, but then we got into this foolishness about you have a red ball team and a white ball team and a green ball team. That is part of the problem.
Prime Minister is a green ball team.
That's coming. That's coming. But the bottom line is we seem not to understand the problem, and people who have no place in being part of the solution. Right? You look at international cricket. From India, Australia. What you notice on every game is a significant involvement of past players. You don't see that in West Indies cricket. And that is another one of the problems. So we have a lot of problems, but we need one solution. And that solution has to be based on appreciating that West Indies cricket is not just a game. I remember we lost a game in Barbados for the first time under our West Indies captain. And when the game was lost, this came up. How do you feel about having lost? It's the first time West Indies ever lost at Kensington. And the captain said, it's only a game. He said, it's only a game. And I knew we were in big trouble. Because up to that point, I grew up knowing that at Kensington, nobody could beat us. And I've seen games at Kensington where we went beyond the expectation of the team, right? To ensure that we preserve that.
I'm going to stretch this just a little bit, only because you concentrated in terms of your analysis, really in terms of the management of the game. But many people argue that the players themselves are to take some of the blame, because this is not just about the talent of being able to strike the ball or whatever the case may be, but it's the mental acumen for the game.
Well, yeah, because I mean, the players will be a reflection of what is tolerated by the management. If you raising children and you are a bad father, bad manager, it will show up in your children. The players cannot be given a pass. But if they are unready, if they had not been properly prepared, I am watching cricket. I'm watching somebody playing for West Indies cricket. Must be playing the 25th game. And I am saying, how you get there? Your defense is absent. And you know what you do when you have a bad defense or weak defense in cricket? You try to be aggressive. You hit out. And I used to be a bowler, and there's nothing I prefer than a batsman who is trying to come at me. You might hit 2-3 balls, but I know I have a far better chance of getting you if that is your approach. Too many of our batsmen suffer from poor shot selection, and that is driven by having a weak defense. I always know if Rohan Kanai didn't want to get out, his defense was so good, and Conrad Hunt, you couldn't get him out if he didn't want to get out and didn't want to play a shot. You see some of the shots that West Indian batsmen play, and you ask yourself, who's coaching you? Right? When I played cricket, there was a rule. Get your first 10 runs in front of the wicket. Meaning you have to play straight, up and down straight. If after your first 10 runs you're comfortable, get your first 20. And that means no square cut, no hook, no pull, no sweep. I see people coming into the wicket as they reach, playing cross-batted shots. Bowlers love them so. Right? So if you're not spending the effort in the junior game, you go to the wicket, the national trials, man make 35 runs, 45 runs, 50, not even 50. He's on the news. Going into the national team, like tail end the score. You have to be trained and coached from teenager to occupy the crease, to stay there as long as you occupy the crease. You have to go out. You stay in the crease. When Brian Lara was that age, he was doing that. Right? But if you go and you're in a hurry, and you make 35 runs and you're still in contention, what are you building? You in the West Indies team with an average of 22 and batting in number 1 to 5. What kind of team is that? We have to admit that we are not putting out a world-class team to play the world's game.
So there's a role for you as West Indies coach.
No, my role is the Prime Minister. I'm running the country. I'm a fan. But I happen to know when I see nonsense. You saw that game last week?
I'm trying to protect you from yourself.
Anyway, I trust that there's some solution to it, because I really would not like to think that in my time, West Indies lost interest in the beautiful game of cricket. And we have talent around there. We still have a lot of talent. There are still good possibilities. We have made a lot of investment in the recent decades in infrastructure. Every island has a ground now that goes international cricket. We should be doing more. And of course, with the communication, more people would follow the game if the game is being played well.
Talk about more people. I promise you, this is the one for the road. Transportation. Regional transportation prime minister. You are in a country. Fuel is the best price. Jet fuel. All the suggestions over the years from Ken Gordon and so on, former CEO of BV. I'm trying to remember his name now. All the talk was then. 1980s. Let's get one Caribbean airline going. Okay? It was a time when you had Bahamas Air, Barbados had an airline, Guyana had an airline, and so on. And there was always the effort of Ken Gordon and the like, was that there be functional cooperation, code sharing, that kind of thing. If you were stranded in the airport in Barbados, for instance, I remember the days when if Liat couldn't get you out, they would go down to the BB counter and transfer you to a flight, etc. We've come a long way since then. If COVID didn't teach us that there was an opportunity for resolving air transport, one of the things, for instance, people raise every time we talk about this is the taxes, the ticket taxes. Yes, we realize that the governments need money to maintain the airports, etc. People ask very simply, when is this matter going to be resolved so that Caribbean people can move for leisure, pleasure, business, etc., reasonably priced, etc.? You own an airline.
I don't know that I can give you an answer to that as to when. What I can tell you is not owning an airline. Operating an airline is expensive business. And it is not for want of effort on the part of Trinidad and Tobago to encourage this whole question of one regional airline. I remember Dr. Williams offering shares in BWI for $1 just to get Caribbean nations, the countries in CARICOM to participate in the one airline. But you always have countercurrents, because at the end of the day, it is a cost. Who is going to pay the cost? Trinidad and Tobago has paid this cost continuously. And we were involved in LIAT. And at the end of the day, out of sheer frustration, we had to get out. Because LIAT became a burden on the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago with a disregard, a commensurate disregard elsewhere in the region. It's all well and good to say, yes, we should have the airline there, and it should be attractive cost-wise, and so Caribbean people can travel. But when you look at the cost of doing that to the exchequer in Trinidad and Tobago, a decision has to be made here as to whether we can continue or whether we can afford that. The same thing with BWI and now CAL. CAL is owned almost 100% by Trinidad and Tobago. There's a small Jamaican shareholding, about 7 or 9% like that. But it first and foremost is a matter for the treasury of Trinidad and Tobago. What we can do is all one fair and good to say you want cheaper tickets or you want more legs and so on. Only recently, the government of Barbados spoke to us about doing with CAL what has been or is being done with other airlines, which is pay CAL the same way you pay American Airlines.
This is seat support.
Yes. Pay seat support to CAL, and we will give you the same service or better that American Airlines or United give you. What was happening before is that people will say we have Caribbean Airlines, and Caribbean Airlines must provide the air link to us. There's a cost to it. Trinidad and Tobago could carry only so much. And every time we commit to doing it for the Caribbean, somebody somewhere comes and talks to somebody in the Caribbean and tell them, I could run an airline for you. That will compete with CAL. And in the end, we always have to be competing with an alternative. So it remains a conversation. If we were one nation, I don't know that you could have prevented people from coming in and saying, I want to form an airline. Excuse me. But every country now has the ability to give the permission to any carpetbagger and an old pan to say, I want an airline. And every time that happens, CAL has competition. And at the end of the day, it boils down who is going to bear the cost. Right now, there's insufficient cargo transport, there's insufficient airlift among the region, and we are among the most expensive in the world. And for that to change, there has to be a commitment to bear the cost. Even when people commit to bear the cost, when it's time to write the check, it's not done. And it's carried, and at the end of the day, we in Trinidad and Tobago, with experience from BOAC into BWI, into CAL, we have been carrying that cost. And we'll undertake, as we are doing now, to do it if it makes business sense. We think we could improve it. The conversations are taking place. CAL has been in I have been in conversation with the Prime Minister of Barbados. CAL has been in conversation with the Barbados authorities there. We are looking to see what makes business sense, because Trinidad and Tobago, owner of CAL, cannot undertake to underwrite what you just said, which is cheaper, more easily available transport, because there's a cost to it which we can't afford.
Federal palm, federal maple. Ferry services around the region.
Well, federal palm, federal maple, I think there are possibilities. The Canadian government gave us the best gift, those two vessels. As a matter of fact, I've raised that with Prime Minister Trudeau on more than one occasion, and we talk about it in Caricom. Actually, we have a committee, a subcommittee in Caricom, We've advanced that to a point where we're now talking to a couple of Middle Eastern countries who are in a position to fund it because it's resource-based. If we can get 2 to 4 vessels that are purpose-built for cargo and passengers, like the Federal Maple and the Federal Palm were built for, and just operate them. They have to be single-hull, slower vessels, not fast ferries. I see people talking about a fast ferry service. They don't know what they're talking about. We operate a fast ferry between Port of Spain and Scarborough. That's 80 miles. It costs us a fortune, and it's heavily subsidized.
And weather affected?
Hardly, not too much by weather. But first, the ferries cost money. But we can overcome the cost in some loan arrangement and maybe World Bank funding, IDB funding, and so on. But to operate it, the operations of a fast ferry, as a matter of fact, the ferry service between Skye and Scarborough, the subsidy is about 200 million, between 200 and 240 million dollars a year. Most of it is fuel, right? So, because once you acquire the ferry, right? Like you mentioned, the airline just now and you're not having oil, but that having oil or gas does not mean that you're going to put cheap fuel into a plane. The airline has to buy aviation fuel because these things are priced in a particular way. So fuel is available, but you got to pay for it. Because we don't get fuel from Shell or from BP for free. You got to buy it. You got to pay for it. And I don't see the subsidy that would be required for a fast ferry between us and up the islands. I don't see it on the cards because the resources are not there. Barbados, we discussed the whole question of the novel seaplane service that will allow Barbados long-stay people to come to Tobago. But these are just discussions. But they require entrepreneurs. The government could give all kinds of relief from taxes and so on, but you require an entrepreneurial skill. I don't know that our business houses here are keen to do that. We don't have the large pool of entrepreneurs with deep pockets for whom that is something that they see as an opportunity. But if that was there, it's cheaper than operating a fast ferry, a boat ferry. It's operating in the islands, up in the north, in the Virgin Islands. You have a great seaplane service. So there are things we can do. But at the end, what you come up against usually is who is going to invest, and for whom is this a priority? Yeah. And in that situation, it remains something we talk about, and governments have to limit their involvement in these kinds of businesses, because once the businesses are government business, even the employees have a different posture. If it's a private sector entrepreneurial business, you don't come to work, you don't get paid. Right? It's a government business, they threaten not to vote for you and demand to get paid when they don't work. So we want to be able to treat with entrepreneurial things in the private sector. So the opportunities are there, and we hope that somewhere, sometime soon, some of those opportunities become a work program for somebody.
Prime Minister, this has been such an interesting time, and I really want to thank you very much for indulging us in our Caribbean community. And I want to give you one last opportunity to speak to the Caribbean nation as you have espoused this one nation concept. It's 50 years. Let's look down the road.
Well, I would say to my Caribbean people, let us not get beaten down by our past. The future could be much, much brighter if we identify the areas of the source of the light. First, let us accept that the world owes us nothing, and we're going to get nothing from people outside unless we go there as respected and with a serious argument. And there are a lot of things that we can do, and there are a lot of things that are being done that we should encourage, engender more of it. Yes, we didn't have a political nation, but from a functional standpoint, there are a lot of things that are happening. First, let's find out what they are, let us support them, and let us grow them into doing more for us as a one people arrangement. And Caricom is important. You would hear people making disparaging comments about Caricom, that it hasn't done this and it hasn't done that. Let us not focus too much on what it hasn't done. Let us keep focusing on what it can do. And that will give us a brighter future.
That's a Nike moment, Prime Minister.
Thank you. Good to see you again, brother. Welcome home.
Thank you very much, sir.
And we are very grateful to the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Keith Rowley, for that interview. And to you, Julian.
Oh boy.
You seem to enjoy that a lot, as did the Prime Minister.
Yes, I think I got him in a great mood. And so I bounced off him, or he bounced off me.
Right,
or
that
whatever.
always helps.
That helps, right? And I think because I know Dr. Keith Rowley and his many moods, or personalities, for that matter. I'm fortunate to have caught him. This is the second interview that I've done, substantial interview I've done with him.
I remember the first.
You remember the first one? And people blame me and say I helped him to win the election.
Well, blame? Is that what they say? Or did some people thank you?
Yeah. I mean, you know Dr. Keith Rowley well. So he's many personalities depending on the circumstances. But I like him in this mode.
Yes.
I really like to talk to him in this mode. This is what I like to talk to the leaders mode, because I think that Caribbean people want to hear them speak with a passion and a commitment and a responsibility that comes from real leadership of their countries. I think that's why people are attracted, for instance, to what Mia Molly says, and so on, and Scarrett out of Dominica and so on. They're very personable in their communication when they need to, of course. They can be put with pit bulls when they need to, right? But that's a whole nother matter. All right. So we're coming to the end of a marathon. You run?
Yes.
You run?
Yes.
Okay, so you're healthier than I am then. I only walk. I hike.
No, walking is good.
Yeah.
Walking is great.
Good. So we survived.
It's been a journey. I'm happy to have been here with you, Julian. It's my first time working with you.
Yeah, well, this is the first time I'm working with you too, and I'm very happy. But before we go, we have to say thank you to somebody special. So Byron Blake.
Oh gosh.
He has been like a trooper, and that's why they call him the godfather of the integration movement. And he's listened to everything that transpired throughout the morning, but particularly this recent interview with Prime Minister Rowley. And before I bring him in, I just want to say to people, I know we've been saying all day, you'll hear the PJ Patterson interview. We're going to run it at 6 o'clock this evening, Port of Spain time, ahead of the gala, which is due to start at 7 o'clock. So we'll have a window there, and you're going to come back.
Yes, I'll be here.
And be with Joanne.
Hopefully folks won't be too tired. All day.
Yeah, right. Okay. So let's bring Byron Blake in, because we want a quick wrap from him, because he's absorbed so much today that it would be unfair not to give him an opportunity to share. So, Ambassador, welcome back. We got a minute of your time?
Yes, you could get two.
I'll give you two.
Yes, actually, I stayed through that entire interview with the Prime Minister, and I found it fascinating. He has hit some very, very important points. And I want to point to the point he made, that it is not only the political people who have failed the region, but he also pointed to the fact that the intellectual, academic, or professional group that we have also failed the region. I want to endorse that. I want to demonstrate that by saying that in the early days, the Caribbean professionals, intellectuals, the academics in particular, the university professors and students were always available to the integration movement, the secretariat, and not as consultants. They were available as persons you call the Institute of Social and Economic Research at Mona and Alistair McIntyre or George Beckford. Whichever you wanted, they were there. You had George Roberts, who was in the Department of Economics, who was there to organize the regional censuses. These persons were not there as consultants. They were being paid by the institution and they provided their services. They professionals who were consultants, professional consultants. Many of them made their services available to the region at a different rate from they would charge the normal clients. There's one particular one of Trinidadian who would say to me, Aaron, don't bill me, don't say you are paying me a consultancy fee. Say you are giving a contribution so that you don't lower my value in my international consultancy. But I know that you can't pay. And this has become the change in that, where people are now consultants. And their consultants for a reason where increasingly payment to the consultant is from external agencies. And those external agencies, as has come through the discussion, including from Prime Minister Rowley, piper, who pays the piper, calls the tune, so that they are not able to give their genuine view. They constantly have to be looking through the window of the next consultancy, and in some cases, the next job with a World Bank, IMF, and an IDB.
Ambassador, I think this is a good point because all our stations in the network need to cut away and go to do some business. But I can't wrap without really extending our heartfelt gratitude for your contributions to what we've done today. It's made such a difference to have a pillar of the Caribbean community join us for these broadcasts and to share your experience and your perspective and to react particularly to what happened today. So my brother, my friend, my Caribbean brother, thank you very much. So Ardeen, yes.
A weak pillow, nonetheless. All right.
Sorry, I missed that.
I said a weak pillow, but a pillow nonetheless.
All right, fine.
Thank you very much.
Ardeen, it's your turn. To wrap.
Oh, all right. So that brings us to the end of our morning session. Now into what time? Afternoon. It's almost 2 p.m. here in Trinidad and Tobago. To those of you joining us, wherever you have been joining us from. Thank you. See, I don't have that piece in my ear, right? Thank you, Julian. Wherever you've been joining us from today, we thank you so much for your company. It's been a pleasure to be here on Caricom Day, the 50th anniversary of Caricom. This is what we're celebrating all day today. And with your help, we'll continue to do that later on this evening.
And Ardeen is coming back, the good marathoner that she is, at 6 o'clock. And she will introduce, finally, PJ Patterson, the former Prime Minister of Jamaica, for his interview, recorded in Kingston. And then, of course, they will move on from there to the gala. And that's where Joanne Tell will come back and join our dean. So, at this point, our thanks to our friends at Freedom 106.5 for having stayed with us and carried it to the audience here in Trinidad and Tobago. We thank as well our television partner, CNC3, also CNC station partners across the Caribbean and radio stations, and CBX in Jamaica, the Caribbean Business Exchange, operated by the Jamaica Stock Exchange. And I think we should just roll the credits and we'll say thank you to everybody. All the very best to you.
Bye.